How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. Here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. We've got 4 topics on this lovely Friday that we see ourselves on. It is the first stream of 2026. Everybody, happy New Year and happy 2026. All right, so we typically cover 4 topics on each one of these live streams. And the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing Advent of Code. It says Advent of Cyber here, but in fact we're doing Advent of Code day number 3. So we're just going to be warming up with a little bit of coding, and that's the first topic of today's stream. In the second topic, in the second hour, we're going to be doing a demonstration of a Linux box challenge called Vulnix Zone. So this deals with DNS hacking, it deals with subdomains, it deals with all sorts of fun privilege escalation techniques, and that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be exploring the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber side quests. So Advent of Cyber was a event that happened last month during the Advent, December 1st to December 24th, and they had an extra event going on that we couldn't cover up until now, but now the what is it called? Embargo on covering this content has been lifted, and we're going to be covering the first side quest room from Advent of Cyber for 2025, and that's going to be in the third hour of today's stream for the third topic. In the fourth and fifth hours, we're going to be doing a continuous series called Standoff365 Bootcamp. So the Bootcamp is a linked network of about 9, I think it's like 9 or 10 Linux machines that are all connected to each other on the same network. And we've been taking a lot of notes and hacking against that over a number of sessions nowadays. And we're going to be continuing that. And that's how we're going to be rounding off the stream. So without further ado, we're going to get into the first topic. If you ever want to know what's going on over at HackerFrogs, you can always go over to the Reddit. And we also have a Discord if you prefer to keep track of our activities that way. So let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we'll start our coding warm-up challenge. Okay, 60 minutes. Oh, all right, here we go. So we're going to be doing Advent of Code day number 3 for 2025, and you can find it over here. A lot of people in the community have been doing these challenges. I'm very, very late to the game. And Crocodile Sand, that is we're putting pen to paper. That's great. Thank you very much. All right, so what is going on in this challenge? So this is day number 3, and we'll read the description of the challenge before we get started. So day 3, you descend a short staircase, entering this surprisingly vast lobby, and are quickly cleared by the security checkpoint. When you get into the main elevators, however, you discover that each one has a red light above it. They're all offline. Sorry about that, and Alpha apologizes as she tinkers with a nearby control panel. Some kind of electrical surge seems to have fried them. I'll try to get them online soon. You explain your need to get further underground. Well, you could at least take the escalator down to the printing department. Not that you'd get much further than that without the elevators working. That is, you could if the escalator weren't also offline. But don't worry, it's not fried. It just needs power. Maybe you can get it running while I keep working on the elevators. So there are batteries nearby that supply emergency power to the escalator for just such an occasion. The batteries are each labeled with their joltage rating, a value from 1 to 9. You make a note of their joltage rating, your puzzle input. For example, we've got these strings of numbers over here. The batteries are arranged into banks. Each line of digits in your input corresponds to a single bank of batteries. Within each bank, you need to turn on exactly 2 batteries. The joltage that the bank produces is equal to the number formed by the digits on the batteries you've turned on. For example, if you've got a bank like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can turn on the batteries 2 and 4, and the bank would produce 24 jolts. You cannot rearrange batteries. Okay, and you'll need to find the largest possible joltage each bank can produce. In the above example, in in this example here, you can make the largest voltage possible, 98, by turning on the first two batteries. So I took a look at this a little bit earlier, and let me explain what's going on. So let me just copy this stuff over here, and we'll just copy it into our text editor. Let's just call this test. We'll paste in these numbers here. So these are just example strings, and what we need to do in each one of these example strings is we need to get the largest number that we can produce with two of these batteries turned on. So for example, let's just take a look at this bank of batteries over here. We would turn on the 9 and the 8. We need to turn on two of these, and so this produces a joltage of 9.8. So in this case, the two numbers have to be, well, one number has to be selected, and then we have to select the next largest one. So if we take this example over here, we would select this number here, number 8, and then we would select the number 9 over here, over at the end, and this would be joltage equals 89, 89. And for this example here, we would get the number 78. So we would activate these two, and this would be joltage 78. And the last example here, we've got 8. It looks like 89. We would activate this one, and then we would activate this one. Okay, and yeah. Well, while we're doing this stuff, I guess I could turn on the music and keep this going for a little bit. All right, let's make the music a little bit softer. Okay, so this is what we need to do. We're going to get a bunch of strings like this, and we need to get the joltage, or the largest two strings, where we select two digits, one and then another one to the right of it. And we need to figure out how to do that in code. So let's go ahead and figure that out. So in this example here, you do 9, 8. That's the largest one. In here it's 8, 9. In here it's 7, 8. And here it's 9, 2. Shota, hello, nice to see you here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. The total output of the joltage is the sum of the maximum joltage from each bank. So in this example, the total output joltage is this number over here. So we're going to have to calculate all these with our code. So let's see. There are many batteries in front of you. Find the maximum joltage possible from each bank. What is the total output joltage? Okay, to begin, get your puzzle input. So we're just going to get the puzzle input over here. Wow, that's a lot of numbers. That's a lot of numbers. I'm going to select everything, and I'm just going to copy this to a file. So inside our directory here, I'm just going to create a file called input.txt, and we'll just paste in all these number strings. So this would be very difficult to do manually, so this is why we have to do it programmatically. Okay, so we're just going to save this out, and we're going to start writing our code. So I'm going to call this one day 3 part 1, because there are two parts to each one of these problems. Okay, so what do we need to do first? We need to input all of the what is it called? All of the strings from the input.txt file. So I'm pretty sure we can use the same code that we used for a bunch of these other ones. And we've got the other solutions over here. So we're just gonna grab like day 2 part 1, and we're just gonna grab some of the code from there. So I'm pretty sure we don't need to use regex in this case. but we will be using this part of the code. Okay, so we're just going to try this. And this isn't... This is going to be slightly different, but anyways, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. We're going to be workshopping the code as we go, and as we workshop it, we're going to slowly start completing it. Okay, so we got the code here. If we run this code, what happens? So run raw string split by... Well, I don't think we need to split it by commas. If we take a look at input.txt, it's just a bunch of really long strings. So we need to split up this input by the line breaks. So it's going to be the dash or the \n, and we're just going to try printing this out. So print out input list. We'll see how that goes. Okay, well now that was the cat command. We need to Python day 3. Uh-oh. It didn't separate them properly. It didn't seem to separate them properly. It only got the first... What happened here? It only got the first string? Let's go back up to the top. Yeah, it looks like it only collected the first string, so we need to split it. We need to split it by lines. Let me look up how to do that. So the raw input is going to separate the lines, right? Let's print out the raw input first. So raw input looks like this. We've got our line break, and then we've got looks like these are separated by commas. No, it's not commas. Are those? Yeah, commas. Okay, so let's split them by the commas then, and maybe that is actually what we want to get. So we'll just print out the input list. That was not what we wanted. So raw input is... It's just a big string. It's a big string separated by the line breaks. Okay, so we want to Python separate string by line breaks. Okay, so the most reliable and recommended method of separating a string by line breaks is use this string.splitlines method. So we just do string split lines. And Samantha Nakamoto, hello, nice to see you here. Hello, hello. So Ethereal says, hi guys. Hi, So Ethereal, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're just going to run this method, and we'll see if we manage to separate that input properly. Input list. We only got one string. Let's try, maybe we should try splitting doing string.split on spaces. Okay, let's give that a try. Still doesn't quite work the way we want it to. So split lines didn't work. Maybe what we need to do is we need to strip out the white space. Python strip out white space. Okay, so removes leading and trailing white space. So text.strip. So we'll strip it first, and then we'll raw string strip equals raw string dot strip, and then we'll separate them by doing string list equals string strip dot split. Actually, we'll try split lines and see if this works. So we're gonna get the string list. Okay. Huh, it's still not doing it properly. We'll try printing out the string strip over here to see what it looks like. Yeah, it's still... Ali Hamza, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a little bit of coding over here. So the raw input is still the same, right? So the raw string... Oh, that's weird. So when we print the raw string, raw input... raw input 0. Maybe we just want to get the raw input. Okay. No attribute strip. Okay. So raw input is... it's not a string. Let's just comment this out for right now. Okay, so this is just a really long string of these. Is this already a list? Hold on. Let's get the type for this. So type of raw string, is this a list? I don't understand anything. Well, I mean, we're just kind of this is already a list. Okay, so, So the raw input equals file.readlines. So file.readlines creates a list. I didn't know that was the case. So I guess this is like a raw list in this case. So raw list equals raw input. And we'll print out the raw list. Okay, so we need to strip out each one of these new lines. So this is already a list, so we don't need to do so much conversion. So we'll just name this one raw list. So we've got the raw list. Next thing we need to do is we need to strip out the new lines. So how do we strip out new lines from each item in a list? I guess we would Google that. So Python strip new lines in list objects. Okay, to strip new line characters from objects within a Python list, the most efficient and Pythonic approach is to use a list comprehension with the string.strip or string.rstrip method. So Ali Hamza, hello, nice to see you here. Can you crack software too? If yes, then it's a very great skill. So if no, then it's not a very great skill. I mean, we do some binary hacking here as well, but this isn't what we're doing. We're just learning how to do some coding right now. If you want to learn about binary hacking stuff, we've got a bunch of education resources over at our GitHub. And that would be under the binary hacking category here. There's a bunch of good... It's a good curated list of different courses and stuff if you want to learn that. Okay, so what were they suggesting here? So list comprehension, so original list, use stripped list equals item.strip for item in original list. Okay. So let me just grab this. So create a separated list. So it's going to be raw list equals raw list dot strip for item in raw list. Or actually, let's not call this raw list. This is going to be the stripped list. And we're just going to comment out the stuff we're doing. So we are stripping out new lines. And we're going to print that out. List object has no attribute strip. Okay, so we got our original list over here, which is a bunch of strings. So let's see, strip list equals item.strip for item in item.strip for item in original list. Okay. So I've got it a little bit wrong here. We just need to do item.strip and try it again. Okay, so this is good. So we've got a bunch of, they're not actually numbers. So these aren't numbers right now. We need to turn them, I mean, I suppose, okay. So eventually what we need to do is we need to identify which number in the string is the largest digit. I think what we need to do is we need to keep these as strings if we want to do that. So stripped list, this is what we're going to be working with. And the next thing we need to do is, so we stripped out the new lines, and we need to write a function. We need to write a function to identify the largest number. So let's see. So we're going to define a function. Ali Hamza says, your voice is really nice. Thank you very much, Ali Hamza. Much appreciated. Okay, so define a function that identifies the largest digit in a string. Okay, so we're just going to make a function. We're going to call it The other thing, so there are two things we need to do for in this function to solve the exercise. The first thing we need to do is we need to identify the largest string. So let me talk about this a little bit. So we need to identify the largest string here. So not the largest string, the largest digit. So what we need to do is we need to go through each one of the digits here, and we need to check it against the largest digit in the string. So for example, if we find like a 9 in the string, where is it here? So here's the 9, and then afterwards we need to find the second largest digit after the 9. So I think we need to enumerate this. So find joltage digits. And what does this function take in? So find jolted digits, we're going to take in a string. Yeah, so we take in a string. We need to define some things before we write our function. Maybe the current position. The current position where we are in the string. But then again, maybe we should do a enumerate function on this as well. So let's see, enumerate is the Python enumerate function is a built-in tool that adds a counter to an iterable, like a list or a tuple or a string, and returns it as an enumerate object. This allows you to easily access both the index and the value of items simultaneously while looping, making the code cleaner and more readable than managing a counter variable. So we'd use, let's see, enumerate iterable start 0. So we just need to, the first thing we need to do is we need to enumerate everything in the string. So it takes in a string, and then we would do let's just call this enumeration. We run enumeration on the string. So enumerate string equals let's call this position and digit. So position digit equals enumerate string, and we need to do something else to the position digit in this case. Or maybe it would be easier to just build a counter. So okay, so let's just pretend we have an example. Well, we've got an example up here. We're just going to define our example string up here. And this is just going to be a integer string. We're going to try running the find joltage digits. Man, that's hard to say. Find for the example string, and I guess I need to example string. So this is an enumerate object. I'm going to try printing it out. And see how that goes. So this is defined, it's just defined as an enumerate object here. So the stripped list we don't really need to worry too much about. And now that we have the enumerate object, how do we interact with it? So iterable, the sequence iterator or object that supports the iteration. This is a mandatory parameter. An optional integer argument that specifies the starting index for the counter. The default value is 0. Okay, basic usage. The most common use for is within a for loop, using tuple unpacking to assign the index and value to separate variables. So for example, fruits, apple, banana, cherry, for index fruit and enumerate fruits, do something. Okay, so the output would be index 0, apple, index 1, banana, index 2, cherry. Okay, so for, well, I mean, it'd be for something else, but let's just copy the syntax. So for index, so it's the index and the digit. In enumerate, well, I mean, I guess we don't really need to define the position digit in this case. We would do it over here. So for index digit in enumerate string, if, I guess the first thing we want to do is we want to define a couple of variables. So the largest digit, and the second largest. Second largest. So we're just going to define these as integers. So largest digit equals, well, we can define this as 0, and we can define these both as 0, because we need to do comparison inside of the functions. So for index digit in enumerate string, we have to do a first pass. So the first pass is going to find the largest digit, and then the second pass is going to find the second largest digit, and we want to return the largest digit plus the second largest digit. Well, not plus. We need to turn them into strings first. Okay, so for index digit in enumerate string, so this is the first loop. First loop for largest digit. This is going to do if digit is greater than. So is greater than largest digit, then something has to happen. Largest digit becomes the integer of the digit. I guess this also has to be the integer of the digit is going to be comparing against the largest digit. Okay, so if the integer of the digit is greater than the largest digit, then that becomes the new largest digit. And so for each one of these, it does a comparison. So for index digit, and we also need to keep track of the position. So largest digit and largest digit position equals a number, right? So we have to keep track of the position as well. And then largest digit position equals the current index. So this can stay as an integer because this, I'm pretty sure that the enumerate object indexes are all integers anyways. So that's fine. So the first loop is done, and then we need to do it again for the other loop. But this time we have to start at a different index. So enumerate string and largest digit position. Okay, so for index digit in enumerate string largest digit position, how do we get enumerate to start at a specific position in the object? So default start index is 0. Okay, so default start index is 0. We can also custom index 1. Okay, so here it says fruits, apple, banana, cherry. For index fruit, enumerate fruit start 1. Oh, I mean, this only specifies the... yeah, okay. But what we really want to do is we want to use enumerate from a specific index number. Okay, so start the enumerate function from a specific index number. Use the optional start parameter. I mean, this isn't starting from a specific index. Start 1. Start from any number. Combine with slicing. So this isn't... So start index equals start from D. So I think this is what we want here. So full list, start index, and then for item in. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're just trying to puzzle through some coding stuff. So we're doing day 3 of Add-on to Cyber. I'm sure you've done this before. I'm sure you've done all of the challenges from 2025. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out how to do our loop to get this code working. So the start parameter ensures that the index matches the original list's position. Second Mind says actually stopped at day 2. Well, I mean, I guess this is your opportunity if you wanted to move on to day number 3. Okay, so this starts from D. So let's see, A, B, C, D. So D, E, F. Second Mind says I decided to embark on modernizing the Spider Labs Ike Force. Is it actually called Ike Force? I'm not too sure what the Spider Labs this project is. Okay, for index item and enumerate. For index item and enumerate, sliced list start equals start indexed. Oh, so we have to do like a different list then, right? So we need to create a different list in this case. So start index 3, and then, well, I mean, we don't necessarily need to rename the indexes, but we do need to start at a different index. IKE. And thank you very much, MDE, super sticker for $5 American. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Thank you very much, MDE. And let me give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park for you? Thank you very much for the super sticker.
Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's, well, I mean, Second of Mind mentions an IKE pen testing tool. I don't know what this is. Okay, Internet Key Exchange, pen testing. I assume this is what we're talking about. Used to scan for IKE services. So this is used to discover, enumerate, and attack IPsec VPNs, focusing on brute forcing credentials. Sigma, yeah, Spider Labs GitHub for IKE Force is all Python 2. Oh, Python 2, yeah, that's a bit of a yikes. Indenting nightmare for Python 3. Well, I mean, I'm sure that's probably like it's probably a really good candidate for switching over to Python 3 for sure. Okay, so what were you doing? We have to make a new list. So the sliced list is going to be the full list, and then starting from a new index. So in this case, it's been about 3 or 4 days, but it's been fun. I'm sure it's been a pretty cool little project to work on during the holidays. Okay, so the largest digit position is going to be, so for index digit enumerate string, then we do this thing trying to identify what's the largest digit in the string, and then the final thing that we do in the loop is create a new list. I guess we need to define the new list up here first. Second digit list equals we'll just make this an empty list. So make this an empty list, and then we'll define the list second digit list equals but that's in an enumerate object. So the enumerate object is, we don't even have a list in this case. Well, no, we don't have a list, we have a string. It's going to be, so this shouldn't even be a list. So it should be a second digit string. And this is a string object. Second digit string equals string, but start at the new position. The new position is start index. So start index is going to be largest digit position. I guess we don't need to index, we don't need to, do we need to include this in the for loop? Friday boy crazy, hello, nice to see you here. It is Friday, so, well, it's Friday where I am. So, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a little bit of programming over here, and Programming always looks super messy, and until I actually get the, finish it, it always feels like it's like a big mess. So let's see. Second digit string equals, I guess we can define it outside of the for loop. So we do the first loop, and then we set the second digit string over here, and then we do the loop again. So this is the second loop. Second loop for second digit. Okay, Friday Boy Crazy says just get started with oh, you just got started with reverse shells? What platform are you working with? Are you working with TryHackMe or Hack the Box or some other platform? Or are you using my my tutorials? I don't know. I don't know what's the case. Let me know what the case is. Okay, so for index digit in, so we'll enumerate the second digit string. So second digit string, we don't necessarily need to keep track of the positions really. In this case. So if the integer of the digit is greater than the second largest, then we have to do something. Then the second largest equals the digit. Is it the integer of the digit? Yeah, I think it should be the integer of the digit. Okay, and so the thing that we need to return is we need to return something at the end. We're going to return a combined digit. So combined digit equals these are going to be integers, I'm pretty sure. So this is going to be the integer of the string of largest digit plus the string of the second largest digit. Alright, so man, it's been a really long time since I've run any code. So this might be a really big mistake if there's a lot of debugging we need to do here. But let's return the combined digit. So what we need to do here is we're not actually adding to the combined digit. We need to let's just figure this out first. So return the combined digit. Okay. And then afterwards we'll print out find joltage digits example string. We'll print it out. And we'll also start printing out some stuff, just to make sure that stuff is happening over here. So we're going to print something like f string new largest digit found, and then the digit. And same thing for the second largest digits. We'll print out a message there as well. Okay, and then we'll see if this works. Could be a big mess. Okay, largest digit found 1479. New second largest digit found 90. 90 shouldn't be a thing. Hold on. So we found the number 9. So we've got the sample string. So the sample string here, if we just manually investigate this, the answer should be... It should be 9, and then afterwards it should identify the number 7. So something wrong happened. Something wrong happened in the second loop. So for index digit in enumerate, enumerate second digit string. So the second digit string becomes the string. Oh. Hold on. Maybe I should be iterating this each time the if. Yeah. Each time if happens over here. But we can't define it over here. Well, actually it's defined up here. It's defined up here, and then let's give this a try. New largest digit found 1479, and then new second largest digit found 90. This shouldn't be the case. I think after this part of the loop, we're just gonna do a little bit of debugging. We're going to print out the second digit string. Okay, so the new string is... That's weird. That doesn't look... Why is there a 0 here? What are we printing out? Returning the combined digit. Oh, we're returning the combined digit. Combined digit is the integer of the string of the largest digit plus the integer of the second largest digit. So largest digit found, we print off the second string, then we got the number 0. So the second largest is... Why is this taking so long? Okay. So second digit string, well, I mean the second digit string seems to be working because it is this. So we just need to fix this up a little bit. So this loop, the first loop seems to be working. So we just enumerate the second string and then if the integer digit is greater than the second largest, then print new second largest digit found at digit. So second largest starts at 0. MDE, hello, nice to see you here. Do the variable data types need to match when you're enumerating the combined digit calculation above? Do the variable data types need to match? So enumerate is run on like a string. So we enumerate the string, it keeps track of the position and the contents of the character at that string. So for example, we've got this number string over here, and it's going to call this position 0 with the contents of 1, position number 1, with the contents of 4, position number 2, with the contents of 2, etc., etc. And do they need to match? I think what we need to do is we just need to maybe we need to do a new definition of the combined digit, because we're supposed to return that. So the combined digit is let's just call this a string. So the string of the largest digit plus the string of the second largest digit. And if we just do it like that, let's see what happens when we run the function. So MDC says combined digit equals integer string of the largest plus the integer of the string of the second largest. Yeah, I mean, I just need to. What I really want to do is I want to figure out if the second loop is actually working or not, because I don't think it is. Okay, so the second loop for the second digit is over here. So digit in enumerate second digit string. So the second digit string it becomes this. So second digit string equals a string of the largest digit position. Well, the string with the second largest digit position here. Maybe we need to take this out of the for loop. Yeah, I think this is going to be okay. And then we need to second largest equals integer of the digit. So if the digit in integer form is greater than second largest, and second largest is an integer, then we need to make the second largest digit into whatever digit, well, the integer of whatever digit we found. Let's give it a try. Okay, largest digit found, largest digit found, largest digit found. New second largest digit found. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's the funny thing. These aren't changing. These variables inside of the function, they're not changing because we ultimately get the combined digit of 0, 0. String of largest digit 0 plus string of second largest digit. They don't really get saved. I guess we need to make these global or something. New second largest digit found 9. It shouldn't find 9. Hold on. Let's do... So second largest digit string. We need to take the largest digit string plus 1, maybe? Plus 1. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Hem Joshi, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. let's run it again. Okay, so largest digit found, new second largest digit found 6, new second largest digit found 7. So it should be 97. So if this works properly, then the thing that's returned should be 97. But right now it's 0, 0. So second largest equals integer of the digit. But it's not taking. Because right now it seems like largest digit and second largest are both 0 at the end of the loops. Okay, so I think we can get rid of this this other print statement here. This one here, print second. Actually, after this is done, let's print out largest digit and then second largest. Okay. So the largest, yeah, that should be 97. So largest digit is 9, second largest is 7. But when we return the combined digit, it doesn't go through properly. So let's do combined digit equals if we just do it as a string of the largest digit plus the string of the second largest, that doesn't really work either. Let's try not defining them as strings and see what happens. Okay, let me play some new music while we're doing this. How about some of this music? Okay, and so this comes back as 0. Why does this come back as 0? Return combined digit. So largest digit and second largest both become 0 at the end of the function. Okay, I'm just going to ask the AI. Let's give this a try. Okay, ChatGPT, why does combined digit return 0? So MDE says, quick question, should the combined digit variable be created inside the first statement after you've captured the largest digit and the largest digit position? So what do we have here? Should the combined digit variable be created inside the first statement? So here we're defining the largest digit because we're doing a comparison. So it starts as 0. We're trying to find the largest digit from 0 to 9. And I guess the other way we could do this is we could make these variables global, and then we could define them inside of the function. So inside the first statement, under your for loop, oh, the for loop, okay. 0 plus 0 equals 0. So 0 plus 0 equals 0. But, I mean, does this all reset? So are these for loops, I know that when you're doing like a function, anything that's outside of the function is not going to be permanently altered by the function, but I didn't know that it was the same for these for loops inside of the function. I'm just going to ask the AI just to make sure that this is actually what is going on. I'll also grab this. Okay, and then we'll feed this to the AI. Maybe it has an answer for us. And we'll just go back. So what else could we try here? So this is all part of the same function. I was under the assumption that everything inside of the function is going to be consistent until the function finishes. Actually, the way I could confirm this is I can also print out the second digit string. So if it is actually like resetting every time the for loop finishes, then I'll know when the second digit string comes back as like an empty string. So the second digit string didn't reset. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, so the issue in your code lies when you are calculating the combined digit. In your code, combined digit equals largest digit plus second largest. You're computing combined digit before either largest digit or second largest has been updated by the for loops. At that point, both variables still point to 0. Oh, do we need to update the combined digit? So you're correct. You correctly update largest digit and second largest during the loops, but combined digit was already calculated before that, so was not updated. So move the combined digit equals largest digit plus second largest to the line after both loops have completed. Okay. So that's my bad. So I guess we can define largest digit as 0 first. So we define this as 0, and then after the loop's complete, then we'll update combined digit. So we'll make this a string of the largest digit plus the string of the second largest. So this should output like 2 digits instead of like the digits added together. Okay, let's see if it works. Now we get 9-7. This is what we want. Okay, that's good. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to call it here because I've got other stuff to cover on the stream. Hold on. So I'm just gonna... I'll just save what I've got as a work in progress over at my GitHub, and I might be able to come back to this later in the stream. I've got like a... let's see. A document for this on the GitHub here. I'll just plug in this code just in case for some reason this gets the current code gets deleted. All right, and we're going to move on to the next portion of the stream. The next portion is going to be demonstration. Topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. So before we get going, I'm just going to start renaming some of these tabs. So this is going to be my Nmap port scanning tab. This is going to be my enumeration tab, or my web app enumeration tab. I'm also going to need a, what is it called? A remote access tab. What other tools are we going to be using? I think we're going to be using a text editor as well. Are we going to be fuzzing? Let me take a quick look at what the challenge involves. So this is going to be for Vulnyx. Easy difficulty. We're going to be doing the zone challenge. Oh, okay. We are going to be doing some fuzzing in this case. It's going to be my fuzzing tab, and we also get to do, I think we're going to be doing some research as well. Okay, so I'm just going to put 60 minutes on the clock. It probably shouldn't take 60 minutes to complete this demo, but we'll see. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Zone Challenge from Vulnyx.com. So Zone is a Linux virtual machine that we've got deployed on our network, and we're going to be doing some pen testing against it until we get root access to it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to start up the machine. Let me go ahead and do that. So after the virtual machine starts up, we can look up the IP address of the machine, because we're going to need to have the IP address in order to do our pen testing against it. All right, we've got the machine starting up over here, and we've got Zone. So Zone is going to be automatically assigned an IP address. So Zone is 192.168.212.19. So that's the IP address, and that's what we're going to be attacking. So it should ask, is this TryHackMe practice? No, in this case, it's not TryHackMe practice. We're using this platform over here. It's called Vulnyx. And Vulnyx is a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines to do your security testing. So each one of these machines has a different security challenge on it. And this is what we're going to be demonstrating today. Okay, so we're just going to go over to our terminal, and we're going to be doing an Nmap scan. So the Nmap scan is the first step that we're going to take typically when we do one of these networking exercises. And we're going to run it against all the ports. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it very fast but not too fast. And we're going to get the versioning information for whatever services that we find. We run the scan, and we discover 3 different ports. I'm a Gomon. Hello, nice to see you here, bro. I've completed 45 days of ethical hacking bootcamp. I want to get a job. Tell me a roadmap. What did you cover during your 45-day ethical hacking bootcamp? Can you send me like a list of can you send me the syllabus for the bootcamp? Because I don't know what you know until I see like the contents of the stuff that you covered. Okay, Shota says, thank you for sharing. It's my first time seeing it. Yeah, I mean, I like introducing like new platforms to people. And let's talk about this. So there's port 22, which is SSH. So this is terminal access. Port 53, which is usually associated with the DNS service. And we got port 80, which is a unencrypted web page. Okay. I'm a Gomon says red teaming. Well, I mean, you say red teaming, but I don't know what you learned. If you could send me a list with the stuff that you covered in the bootcamp, then maybe I can give you some advice. But if you just say red teaming, I don't have any clue. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be investigating this service right here. So the DNS service on port 53. And port 53 is DNS, which is known as the telephone book of the internet. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so this is Vulnix Zone. We're doing some DNS enumeration. So DNS is the phone directory of the internet, and it's used to keep track of which domain names are associated with which IP addresses and vice versa. So typically when you type in something like google.com, you're actually contacting an IP address with the domain name google.com. So if you use like a tool like Dig, and you look for google.com, it'll give you information about this domain, and the domain has to resolve to an IP address ultimately. So if you just run this, it'll say that google.com is actually associated with this IP address over here, 142.250, etc., etc. But this time we're dealing with a server that is hosting a DNS service. So what we can do, well, actually, before we investigate the DNS service, we should probably take a look at the website. So the website is going to be at this IP address, and we're just going to access it from the web browser. So over here, we're going to plug in the IP address plus HTTP, and this points us to a Debian default page. So the Debian default page, well, it doesn't give us very much. We can also run a couple of directory web enumeration tools. So web enumeration over here, we're just going to run dirb against the website, and if there are any common endpoints, it'll tell us about them. So we see here we've got index.html, we've got robots.txt, and we got server status. So robots.txt is, well, it's a very well-known file that tells you about potential endpoints on the server that you're not supposed to take a look at. So what we can do is we can just navigate directly to robots.txt, and it'll tell us about a certain domain name. So sitemap http://securizone.nix sitemap.xml. So the first thing we need to do is we need to find a way to resolve this domain name. The way we can do that is we can add this domain name to our machine's etc. host file. And the way we do that is like this. Let's see, in our text editor, sudo nano etc. hosts, and go in there. So the etc. host file this associates different IP addresses with different domains. And in our case, we're associating securizone.nix with this IP address right here. So let me just grab that. Okay, so after we've edited this file, we'll now associate securizone.nix with this IP address right here. Just save it out. And then we can navigate directly to it. So HTTP securizone.nix, and this is the same page. So we actually don't know very much about this website. What we need to do is we need to find out more. The way we can do that is we can start investigating the DNS service. So if we do dig, we do securizone.nix, and we do dig, the name of the domain, securizone.nix, and then the name of the DNS server, or the IP address of the DNS server, which is the same one as the machine. Then we get this over here. So it tells us that we've got ns1.securizone.nix, root.securizone.nix, and these are, well, they're extra domains that we can add to our domain names. So we can go in here, go to the text editor. Okay, so Imagomon says ethical hacking, Wi-Fi, malware, web security, OSINT, phishing, AI-powered attacks. Can you give me a link? Or can you tell me the name of the bootcamp? Because these are still kind of vague topics. I don't know exactly what the syllabus was. Okay, so we're just going to go back in. And we can go back in, we can add some other domains. So along with securezone.nix, this IP address will also be associated with ns1.securezone.nix and root.securezone.nix. These are subdomains. So the other thing that we can do when we're investigating DNS is we can take a look at whether or not the DNS service is going to let us do some extra stuff. So on a network, if we know the IP address of the DNS server and a domain name, we can query that DNS server for additional information, which is what we did. We can also try what is called a DNS zone transfer. So DNS servers can perform a zone transfer, which allows all DNS records held by the server to be copied. So if a DNS server allows zone transfer without the use of a key, this is considered a security misconfiguration. And this is one of the key things that we need to learn when we're doing this exercise. So we're just going to go over to here. And we're going to try to do a zone transfer. So dig. And the way we did the zone transfer is we give the dig command with this command right here. AXFR, this is going to do the zone transfer. So if we can do this without an authorization token or key, then that's a security misconfiguration, but it certainly helps us if we can. Okay, so we've got a bunch of other records in the DNS server. And we found out that there are some other subdomains as well. So there's an admin subdomain, there's an upload subdomain, and there's a www subdomain. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add all of these to our list of stuff. So there's admin, uploads. So the important thing here is that uploads is kind of spelled in a funky way. Otherwise, what we could do is we could also look for these subdomains using subdomain enumeration, using a fuzzing tool like FFUF. We're just going to go back into our editor to Etsy hosts, and we're just going to add the extra subdomains. So admin.securezone.nix and uploads.securezone.nix. So we've got a bunch of different subdomains that we could investigate using our web browser or other web security tools, but the way into the application is actually taking a look at the uploads endpoint or the upload subdomain. So that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to add uploads to the subdomain in the address bar, and we're just going to take a look here. So on the uploads subdomain, we see that we've got a file upload page. So file upload is, well, if we're able to upload the right type of file, we would be able to do a file upload attack. So the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out what kind of files we can upload. And the way we can do that is we can use the burp suite tool, burp suite. So burp suite. Okay, says Amagomon says link got removed. So if you split the link up, so you just paste in the link, but split it down the middle with the space, and you should be able to send it. Okay, we start up burp suite. And then we're just going to go over to the burp suite proxy. And in the burp suite proxy, we can open up the burp suite browser. So the burp suite browser is a web browser that's connected to burp suite. So this is going to let us record all the traffic that goes between the web page and the burp suite proxy. And okay, so from here, we're going to try to upload a file. So usually these kind of web pages are okay with sending image files. So I'm just going to grab a small image file. locate one by one. So we're just looking for a very small PNG file. And how about we grab this PNG file? We're just going to copy it to our local directory. And we're going to try uploading this. So over here, we're going to choose the file. We're going to locate it. I think we're working from the temp HF directory. We're going to upload example image 1 by 1 PNG and submit. Extension not allowed. Okay, so we're not allowed to upload PNGs. That's very interesting. Most of the time we are able to. But let's take a look at what happened in Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, in the HP History tab, we tried to upload the file using this post request. Okay, what we can do is we can record this information here. So we're going to record this information. We're going to be doing a little fuzzing attack, and we're going to be trying to figure out which kind of extensions are allowed. So right-click on that, and then select Copy to File. We're going to copy this request. We're going to call it requests.txt or request.txt. Okay, save it out. And then in our directory here, we're gonna copy it to our directory. Okay, so move temp to this directory. Okay, so if we take a look at the contents of request.txt, we've got all of the information that we can that we need to use to send that post request. And what we're going to do is we're going to try sending the post request, but with a different file extension over here to see what doesn't get uploaded and what does get uploaded. Okay, so we're going to go and edit the request file. What we can do is we can just go down into here and specify where we want to fuzz. So file name equals example1 dot example image 1 by 1 dot fuzz. We want to figure out what file extensions are allowed. I'm going to save that out. And then we're going to pass this to a program called FFUF. Let me get that exact command. It's in my notes somewhere. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Kasoko, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're looking for our FFUF command here. So Zach Johnson says, I think you put fuzzx for request.txt, I think. Fuzzx? For FFUF, I think you just need to put fuzz. Okay, so we're just going to start adjusting our command. Once I'm finished adjusting the command, I'll talk about how what the different parts of the command are. What is that IP address again? Oh, you know what? Hold on. So FFUF, in this case, we're not using a URL, we're using a request. Okay, and for the word list, I think what we need to do is we need to make a short list of PHP compatible file extensions. So the website, I'm pretty sure the website is using PHP. If we just type in index.php here, we see that it is using PHP. So if we're able to upload a malicious PHP file, then we can probably get remote code execution. So I'm just going to grab a list of PHP-friendly file extensions. Okay. Well, I mean, Zach Johnson, I'm pretty sure I've never used fuzzx before when using FFUF. Oh, Midnight Light. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. File extensions, extension list. I'm pretty sure, well, we'll just make a very small list. Nano PHP extensions.txt. So we could try PHP, we could try, let's see, PHP, I think it's 6, PHP 7, PHTML, PHAR, what else? PHPS. So let's just use a very small list like this, and we're just going to fuzz. Oh, yeah, I mean, I could also look for like a proper list. Maybe I should do that. So cat, or like locate web extensions. And then web extensions.txt or web extensions big.txt. Okay, oh, Midnight Light says big is a lot. I believe it. Will be finishing my master's in computer science, majoring in cyber information security this year. Have my CEH and Sec Plus certs. I still feel like a dummy. Includes fuzzing with special characters. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I might have a short list on my GitHub as well. Let me see if I've got one. Okay, HackerFrogs. No, not part of HackerFrogs. It's going to be part of something else. Let's just ask the AI for something. Give me a list of PHP compatible file extensions, one per line. No bullet points. Okay, for Jacob, BM says, "Don't worry, bro. I just learned what SSH means. Everybody can't be like me in a day." Well, I mean, we all add little pieces of information to our pool of knowledge. Zach Johnson says, "Loki, I don't know why they always use PHAR for CTFs. They don't always use PHAR. Sometimes they use PHTML. Sometimes they use specific PHP version numbers, like PHP 8 or PHP 7. But they do like to use PHAR a lot. That's true." Okay, so give me the same list without the dot prepended. Or not with the dot prepended, without. I meant without the dot. The one that you got in the clipboard is fine. I mean, I can just grab this. If this thing didn't freeze on me. The web extensions.txt. Yeah, I mean, I should probably like stash one of these somewhere because I tend to use this kind of list a lot when I'm testing file uploads against PHP applications. But we should be able to get this started in just a minute. Okay, so I just had the good old AI come up with a list of PHP-friendly extensions. Funnily enough, it doesn't include the one that we're looking for. But, okay, so we're just going to create this thing. Thank you very much, Ajith Madala. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to call this PHP extensions.txt. So we're just going to paste in the list that we got from the AI. We're going to add on a couple of our own, so such as PHAR, and we already have PHPS. Great, okay. And then we're going to do our fuzzing. So the fuzzing attack is going to be over here. FFUF requests. It sounds like you've got a course directive on creating lists. I think I need to put that list in my GitHub repository, like a better one. Okay, so the word list is going to be PHP extensions.txt, and we're just going to run this thing to see if we get some different results on one of them. And it turns out we didn't. That is it's kind of funny because that's not the way it's supposed to be. Let me go back. Let's take a look at our requests. Oh, it's fuzz. Why did I put fuzz x? It's not supposed to be fuzz x. Okay, not fuzz x. Let's do it again. So we got a different result for PHAR got a different result. So the size is slightly different. Most of these sizes are 4, 5, 6, but the one for PHAR is 5, 3, 2. So this is likely the file extension that works. Let's go ahead and try this out. So back at the web app here. Well, actually, we need to rename this thing. So we're going to rename this image to test.phar. Okay, and we'll try uploading it. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Nick K, thank you very much. Okay, and then back of the web app, choose the file. Test.phar, select it, submit it. It says success. So the other thing we need to understand about this, about the application here, is we need to locate like an upload directory, because if we can't actually access the file that we upload, we can't really do an attack. So the default directory that these kind of files are uploaded to is actually to a directory called uploads. We can check to see if we can find our file in the uploads directory, uploads/test.phar, and we managed to access it. So if we know that we can upload a file, and we can upload a file that uses PHP code, then we can probably upload a malicious file. So the malicious file that we're going to be uploading, it's going to have some very rudimentary code that runs web server commands. So we can find a very, very short PHP web shell over at revshells.com, and we're just going to get this very small code snippet, and we're going to turn it into a PHAR file. So we're just going to create something called webshell.phar. We're going to paste in this right here. So this web shell right here, it's going to specify like a URL parameter that we can use, and the URL parameter is what we're going to be specifying to run our web server commands. So it is the 0 over here. We're just going to save this file out, and then we're going to upload this file to the web server. Just going to go back, we're going to choose a file. It's going to be webshell.phar, select it, and then click on submit. So it says success. So we're just going to upload, we're just going to access the file like we did the other one by going to the uploads directory, and just going to access webshell.phar. So it says here, cannot execute a blank command. So the reason why we get this message is because we didn't actually specify a command to execute. So the way we do that is we include a question mark to activate the URL parameters, then a 0, which is our specified URL parameter, and then equals our command. So our command is going to be who am I. So this comes back to us, and it says that we are the www data user. So what we just managed to do is upload a malicious file that runs PHP commands. And the PHP commands are going to be they're running system commands. This is what is called a web shell, and through the web shell we could run different Linux commands. So we can ask who am I, we can ask what is in the etc password file, and get all the usernames. We could, what else could we do? We could take a look at the web directory. For example, let's see, it's usually in var www.html. Whoa, we shouldn't be using the cat command, we should be using the ls command. Okay, and we got just index.html and robots.txt. Lenum Gen X, hello, nice to see you here. May your year come fully patched with strong passwords and 0 incidents. Happy New Year. Thank you very much for coming by, Lenum Gen X. So Lenum Gen X is actually a CTF author. So Lenum Gen X has done a lot of stuff on Vulnyx. I think he's done like MyWAF. Well, there's a couple of challenges. So YourWAF and MyWAF, they're both really good challenges for understanding web application firewalls. And yeah, if you want to take a look at his challenges, you can follow this link here. Okay, so now that we have our web shell working, there are a couple of things we could do. What we really want is we want direct access to the web server. So the web shell is actually pretty good, and we can run a lot of different commands from the web shell, but there's nothing like having direct server access. NickCCS has resubscribed on Tier 1 over at Twitch. Thank you very much, NickCCS. And if you want to subscribe on Twitch, just like NickCCS, you can use your Prime subscription that comes free with Amazon Prime. Thank you very much, NickCCS. I very much appreciate you, and Happy New Year. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some, oh, I don't know, how about some, all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
And also thank you to Peter Halaz and Nick K for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so the way we can get direct access to the web server is we could upload some more malicious files to the server and execute those files. So typically, what I like to do on these applications is create a little reverse shell binary, and you can do that through a program called MSF Venom. So MSF Venom is a utility that you can use for all sorts of fun hacking stuff. And in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to create a Linux binary that we can upload to the target. And when we execute it on the target, it'll create a reverse shell connection to our machine. So when we run this command, we need to specify a port that we're going to be listening on our attacker machine, as well as our attacker machine's IP address. So to get the IP address for your attacker machine, you can run the IPA command. and then find the networking interface that both of your machines are using. So for example, our machine is on the ETH0 interface, which means our IP address is this right here. We just need to make sure that all this stuff matches up. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get our access, and which would make us very sad. Okay, so we run this command, and it's going to create a file called rev.elf that, when executed, is going to give us our reverse shell access. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to upload this to the target. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to host this on a temporary web server. And let's do that over here. So Python m http.server80. When we run this command, Python is going to host a web server on our attacker machine from port 80, and everything in this directory here is going to be served on the web server. Okay, we run that command, and then we can upload the malicious file. So what's our IP address again? This is it. So we're just going to grab this. We're going to craft a little command. We're going to get the web app to run. So the command is going to be wget, which downloads files, and we're just going to download our rev.elf file over here. So this is the command we're going to give it. Copy that command, then go over to the web app, and we're just going to replace the command in the web shell with the upload command over here with wget. Okay, when we run that, when we go over to our Python server, we see that the rev.elf file was accessed by the vulnerable machine's IP address. So that means we were able to successfully upload the file. So we can confirm that by going over to the web app here, just give the good old ls command. The good old ls command. Okay, so we see here that we've got example, and then we got rev.elf, we got test.far, and we got webshell.far. So the next thing we need to do is we need to make this file executable and then execute the file in order to get our reverse shell connection. But before we can get a reverse shell connection, what we need to do is we need to set up a listener. So a listener to receive the reverse shell, and we can do that over here. So I'm just going to run bash right now because we're going to need to upgrade our shell to a fully functional shell after we get access with netcat. So we run bash because upgrading the shell fully, I don't know how to do it with ZSH, which is our current shell. So I'm just going to run bash. And after I run bash, I'm going to run netcat-nlvp on 443. This is going to create a netcat listener on the port, which is listening for incoming connections. Okay, and after we do that, I'm going to go back to the web app, and we're going to first make the rev.elf file executable and then execute it. So the next command is chmod 777 on rev.elf. So after we do that, then we can execute the file. So to execute the file, we do /rev.elf. Okay, so when we run this command, we're going to see that nothing comes back to us, and it's in the middle of execution. So that's usually a pretty good indication that the web page is in the middle of executing something. If we go over to our reverse shell listener, we say that we've received an incoming connection from the target machine. So if we ask who am I, then we're the www data user. So at this point, we're going to have to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about what we did to get to this point. So let me go ahead and call him up.
Hey there, everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. scary hacker voice man comes out every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Zone Administrator, it seems like you misconfigured your DNS server to do zone transfers. That is a big mistake. We were able to do the zone transfer on your DNS in order to find a lot of interesting subdomains, including the uploads subdomain, which we were able to use to upload a malicious file. And from there, we were able to get direct shell access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities on your server, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so from here, what we need to do is we need to upgrade our netcat shell. The netcat shell by default it's not very functional. So what we need to do is we need to run some specific commands. Let me go ahead and get my notes just a second. Okay, so the first part of upgrading our netcat shell is finding a way to partially upgrade the shell using a common program, such as script or Python. So in this case, we can ask which Python. It'll tell us that Python is located here. That means it's installed. So if it's installed, we can use it to upgrade our shell slightly. So we run python command import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, and now our shell is slightly upgraded. So in order to upgrade it fully, we need to give these commands. So the commands are going to be Control Z to background this command, and then from our Kali Linux machine, we can give this command here, sttya, which is going to give us some configuration for our current terminal. So we need to take note of these two variables here, or parameters here, rows 28, columns 111, and then we're going to run stty raw minus echo. Then we're going to foreground our shell, fg. We're not going to be able to see it, but we can. And then we run export shell equals bash, and then export term equals xterm 256 color, which is the regular terminal used by Kali Linux. Then from there, we can set our rows and columns in order to get interactivity. stty rows 28, columns 111. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to reset the terminal. Reset. And now we've got a fully functional shell. So we've got terminal, we got command history with the up and down arrow keys. We can also do, we can't do file autocomplete, unfortunately, but we can do everything else that a normal shell can. I'm Pox. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so from here, what we need to do is we need to do some privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is going from our current user, which is the www data user, and becoming the highest level user on the system. Too Fat Show, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for coming by. Hey, the Hungry Paimon, that's your emote. Okay, so typically what we do when we do privilege escalation, I mean, one of the steps we can do, it's a fairly common step, is figuring out if our user can run any sudo commands. So sudo commands are usually run in the context of another user. Sometimes they're run in the context of the root user. Life on Shuffle. Hey, hello, nice to see you here. It would be a great 60-second video. You mean this entire hacking process? I don't know if I could edit it down to 60 seconds. Okay, so we see that our user, the www data user, can run this command as the hands user. So the hands user with no password, they can run this program right here called user bin ranger. So this is not going to get us access to as the root user, but it will give us access as the hands user. And what is this ranger program? Let's talk a little bit more about this. Oh, the shell upgrade. Yeah, maybe. Let me think about that. Okay, let's go over to privilege escalation. So for privilege escalation, we've got access to sudo with the ranger command. So ranger is a text-based file manager program. But, well, for the purposes of privilege escalation, what we need to understand about this ranger program is we need to pay attention to the following from the official GitHub repo. ImPox what do you think of the TCM Practical Help Desk course? I've never taken a look at it. I've heard that TCM courses are pretty good. I've never taken it, but I've never been disappointed by the quality of the courses over at TCM. Let me put it that way. Okay, so this is what we get from the official GitHub repo for the Ranger project. It says here, Ranger is a console file manager with Vi key bindings. It provides a minimalistic and nice interface with the view on directory hierarchy. So the thing we need to pay attention to is Vi key bindings, which means that it might be vulnerable to the same kind of shell interaction that the Vi and the Vim text editors are. So since the program has Vi key bindings, it's likely that we will be able to spawn a shell in Ranger, much like we can with Vi or Vim. So if we take a look at GTFO bins, so this is a pretty common website for figuring out how to do privilege escalation with common Unix and Linux utilities. If we look up Vi, we can see here that Vi has an entry for sudo, and it says if the binary is able to run as superuser by sudo, it can be used to access the file system, etc., etc. They give this command right here. So the Ranger program is actually, we can usually use the exact same commands to open up a shell in the Ranger program because it uses Vi-like key bindings. So this entry from GTFO Bin's website is very similar to how we would start an interactive shell session inside of the Ranger program. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, we take a little break. So we got our lovely birds over here, and while the ads are running, we'll put on the birds, you can enjoy them and listen to the music, and I'll take a little water break. John, hello, nice to see you here. What was your name previously? Where are you? ImPox, or Life on Shuffle, or some other name? Okay, let's go ahead and put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. Oh, okay. ImPox. All right, so what we can do is we can start up the Ranger program. So, I mean, this is the thing. If you've previously have not encountered the Ranger program before, what you could do is you could do your research. So you could do your research on the Ranger program, Ranger Linux command, and then you would find the GitHub repository. And then from the GitHub repository, you would do your research to figure out if this program can be used for privilege escalation. The easiest way is to figure out whether or not you can use this program to open up an interactive shell, which it can. You would find the way you would do that, and then you would run the thing. So in our case, we can run sudo as user hands, and then run ranger. So when we run this program, it runs as the hands user. So from the program, what we can do is we can do : bin bash to run the bin bash shell. Command not found, bin bash. Hold on, maybe I can run bin sh. : bin sh. What was the command? : bin sh. Let me take a look at my notes. Oh, okay. I figured it out. You're not supposed to use the colon. So it's just : that opens that activates the shell, and then you can run bin bash. Okay, so now we're the hands user. So we've done some lateral privilege escalation. We've become another user, but we're not quite the root user yet. So we're just going to repeat the process. So sudo l to figure out if hands can run any sudo commands. And then we see that hands can run the following commands. As the root user with no password, they can run the links command. So what is the links command? Let's talk a little bit more about this. If you don't know, you could probably do some research. You could search for links Linux command. And the funny thing is that there's more than one program called links. And it says here that the links command launches links, a text-based web browser that allows users to something. So what we're actually looking for is we're looking for this program right here, links the text-based web browser. So the thing we have to understand about links is that links can also be used to spawn an interactive shell. So if we take a look at the help page for links, we'll find something like this. So links is a text-based web browser allowing web pages to be viewed without a graphic user interface. So for privilege escalation purposes, the important thing that we need to know is that the program can spawn an interactive shell. See the above documentation from the official links website. So let me see if I can quickly find this part. NV says, did you hear about the PS5 exploit news? No. Could you... I'd say send a link. Can you, so you can paste in a link, but you need to break up the link by... You need to break up the link before, well, after you send it. Let me give you an example. So if you wanted to send a link like this one, what you need to do is you need to defang the link by putting some square brackets around the dots like this. So if you do it like that, then you can share links. Okay, John asks, what are some projects or hands-on things that I can do after finishing CompTIA A+? I finished the course. I just feel like I sat in the classroom and listened to stuff. So are you talking about like A+ stuff specifically? I mean, if you wanted to learn about cybersecurity stuff, I've got like a starter pack. So try the last link over there. It's a bunch of easy security exercises, otherwise known as CTFs. Okay, so if I go to the help page over here, and then I can look up the word shell, interactive. What does that thing look like again? Default shell will be spawned. So let's see. keystroke commands. Okay, keystroke commands. Shell. Spawn your default shell. So we find it over here. And all we need to do is we just need to run the program and then use this keyboard shortcut, the exclamation point. So let's just go over here. We'll run sudo links. So this is the links program. All we need to do is hit the exclamation point, and then we become the root user because we ran sudo with links, and now we're in an interactive shell. We ask who am I? It says we're now the root user. So that means we can do this.
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, so before I get back to the hacking, let's see. Thanto says you could say that this is your first stream since last year. Yeah, I guess we could. Okay, NV says now that these keys are out in the wild, hackers and modders could potentially decrypt and reverse engineer the bootloader. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, John, if you're looking for that playlist, I can just grab it for you really quick. So the playlist for Pico CTF challenges, you're going to need an account over at Pico CTF. It's a very good place to start learning about cybersecurity stuff. It's very, very beginner friendly. Okay, figure out how the console's boot process works, ultimately trying to run unsigned code natively on the console. Worst part is that these bootloader keys are burned directly into the PS5s. Silicon, making it impossible for Sony to roll out a simple update or patch to millions of PS5s. I mean, that's the thing about hard-coded credentials, especially hardware soft-coded credentials. Okay, let's wrap up the room, and then we can move on to the next part of today's stream. Okay, so now we're the root user, which means we're essentially finished the challenge. What we're going to do is we're just going to enter the root directory, and typically in the root directory there is a flag file called either root.txt or flag.txt or something that we can submit to basically confirm that we've finished this exercise. So we're not going to read it because we're going to respect the CTF organizers and not reveal the stuff on the stream. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to create a file redirected from reading this file called iReadRoot.txt. So if we manage to read the file, then this file exists on the file system now. All right, and yeah, so that ends the exercise. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Zone Challenge from Vulnyx.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out. Not leaving just something I have to say for the YouTube videos. Thank you very much for understanding. Thanto says, between TryHackMe and HackTheBox, I prefer TryHackMe. I believe I'm not the only one. There are definitely advantages to using TryHackMe over HackTheBox because, well, TryHackMe is much more beginner-friendly. And Abdi Chess, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. All right, so I think we're finished here. Let me close out some of these tabs I'm not using. And what are we doing next? We're doing Side Quest from TryHackMe. So I mean, TryHackMe is I mean, I like it. I like it more than HackTheBox because TryHackMe has a lot more stuff that I can cover on the stream and that I can record as videos. HackTheBox has very little of that. So, well, very little of that I can access for free. Most of the time I like to use free resources because I don't expect the people who are watching my videos to have like paid access to platforms like TryHackMe or HackTheBox. Anyways, we're going to be working on this room over here, the Great Disappearing Act. This is one of the rooms from the side quest for Advent of Cyber 2025. If you want to try this out yourself, you can access it from this link over here. let me go ahead and switch up my topics on my overlays. Topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to work on this next thing for, I don't know, 60 minutes or so? Dang, I should buy a subscription for TryHackMe. I mean, you don't need to unless you really want to. What you want to do is you want to take a look at, you want to have a good feeling for all the stuff, all the paid content you want to access on TryHackMe first. So for example, if you go over here and you search by, let's see, subscription type, subscription only, and you find a bunch of different modules that you want to learn, then it might be worth subscribing for a month and trying to work through all those modules. I really advocate for getting the most for your money when you're a student, because not everybody can afford a bunch of paid services. Anyways, let's go back. So this room is called the Great Disappearing Act, and what we can do is we can access the room, we can access it from the TryHackMe network. And let me go ahead and make another tab. This will be our VPN tab. So I've got all of my VPN keys inside the downloads directory over here. And in this case, I think this is the VPN key I've got for TryHackMe. I don't recommend being married to any particular like CTF platform, because you really want to have the freedom to bounce around between a bunch of different platforms. The thing about subscribing to, like, paying money for a platform like TryHackMe or Hack the Box is that you feel like you need to stay there to get your money's worth. If you're not paying for any of the services, then you don't have to feel like obliged to stick to one platform. So you could bounce around between TryHackMe, Hack the Box, Vulnyx, Hack My VM, Over the Wire, whatever you want. Hanky Lodwig says, did you complete all the side quests for 2025 on TryHackMe? We're just starting right now. So Hanky, did you finish them all? So Hanky is Hanky, if you, I'm pretty sure you stream pretty regularly. Do you stream regularly on YouTube? I've seen you streaming before. Let me see if I can look up Hanky's YouTube. Anyways, if you want to check out Hanky Lodwig's YouTube channel, there it is. Okay, so Thanto says, so true, I bought a 1-year subscription for Coursera, and now I take most of my courses on Coursera now, more like a jail. I mean, if the platform has good stuff and you feel satisfied with everything that's going on the paid platform, then that's fine. I really don't want people to feel like they can only learn on like one particular website. That's all. Hanky says, I've done the side quest flag 1, side quest 3 flag 1. I'm just back from my vacation. Welcome back, and hope you're having a good new year. Okay, so we've got our VPN connection up, and we can start up the machine here. So the interesting thing about this particular challenge is that it's split up into 5 parts. So they want us to do 5 different things to complete the room. So unlock Hopper's cell, move through the lobby, bypass the psych ward keypad, reach the main corridor, and escape the facility. So I think I spent like a day or two trying to do this challenge. I was able to get to a certain point. I'll show you what I was able to do. So I'm going to start the target machine. And we're just going to spend the next hour or so talking about this challenge. And then we'll move on to another thing. So in the meantime, I can talk about the stuff that I managed to discover. Let me get my note. Actually, you know what? I'll start writing my GitHub right now. So I'll do, this is a walkthrough for TryHackMe as part of Advent of Cyber for 2025. And this is Side Quest 1, The Great Disappearing Act. Sick of the Mind says, I got the last key, but I didn't go past it because I realized there were like 4 side quests, and I get annoyed if I have to wait for sequels, so I literally wait for several seasons to watch something to binge it. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can't be bothered in suspense for that long. Oh, you got to the last key in Side Quest 1. Okay, okay. Well, I mean, I might ask for a hint if I get like super stuck. But yeah. So I think one of the main concepts in this particular room is something like, let's see, social. What are these called? Social media app enumeration on targeted user. And we're also going to be doing a brute force attack. Brute force password attack on with lockout bypass. Reconnaissance, social media enumeration on targeted user. I guess we could also call this reconnaissance, recon. So the first thing we need to do is scan the web app. Let's go back over here. So the machine is up now, and let me just grab this IP address. And we're just going to run a very simple nmap scan. So very verbose, let's do it T4, all the ports. So in this case, we really do need to scan all the ports because there's a lot of different services available on this box. We're going to run versioning information. I guess what we should have done is we should have figured out if we could actually communicate with this box first. Hold on, let me get my notes. Okay, nothing's coming back so far. That's weird. Let's try like a simple ping. You have the key from the first machine? Yeah, I do. Okay, we can communicate with the machine, so that's... Yeah, that's... I mean, it is true that you need a specific code to access this machine. We can access the... We can do the port scan, but we can't... Oh, wait, we can't do the port scan. We cannot do the port scan before we put in the key. Okay, so initial access. So we can't scan the thing until we do this. So we can unlock the machine by visiting this page and then entering your key. So you need to go specifically to port 21337. So let's do that. Yeah, it's firewalled until you put in the key. So the key in this case, I think I've got it here. So if you want to try this out yourself, this is the key over here. It's now you see me. Okay, unlock the memories, and then you're done. Okay, and then we can go back and we can actually scan the machine now. So we got port 80, port 22, port 8080. There's a bunch of different services on this box. Sick of the Mind says, spoiler alert for anybody that didn't complete the side quest stuff for day 1 to reach side quest 1. Yeah, spoilers abound, but you know what? We don't have to worry about spoiling stuff anymore, because TryHackMe said that everything would be okay after December 1st. Sorry, January 1st, after January 1st. Okay, we've got all these ports over here, and I think... So what we would do is we would run a specific scan on these ports. So let me go ahead and do that. I just need to sub out the IP address. What's my IP address? Here it is. Okay. So these are the ports that are open, or at least I think these are all the ports that are open. So there's a lot of them, and investigating each one of them takes... It's a really big rabbit hole. What we actually need to do is we need to go to the web application on port 8000 to do some investigation about one particular user. So let's go over to port 8000. So port 8000 has Facebook. So Facebook is, well, it's a Facebook-like application, and we can just make an account over here. So click on Create Account. We need to put in a bunch of information. Ooh, let's see. ChyHat at HackerFrog.com or HackerFrogs.com. Username, ChyHat. Password, something. And then put in the password again. Password is too common. Oh, we need to make a fancy password, huh? Okay, Brave Kainaruba. Brave Kainarugaba? Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so password is too common. Let's try another one. Okay, now we can sign up. Great. Okay, so we what we need to do here is we need to get some information about Guard Hopkins over here. So Guard Hopkins is our targeted user for this particular for the particular brute force login. So it says Guard Hopkins. My discount code didn't work in my latest order. Something something. We've got an email. So the email is guard.hopkins@hopsecasylum.com. So you're just going to record this. We're going to record it in something like a file called emails.txt. And then we can just keep on going down. There's a bunch of different social media posts here. So we got King Malhare. We've got DoorDasher. We've got this guy's dog. So Guard Hopkins has a dog called Johnny Boy. And we can just record this as well. Sick of the Mind says, honestly, I created a whole actors reconnaissance book. Actors reconnaissance book. Really, really? Did you record it anywhere? I mean, is it online or somewhere else? So yeah, we've got a dog. And we're just going to add this to Hopkins info. .txt. So we're just going to echo this out. Johnny Boy. Local MD. Okay, no worries. So we got Hopkins dog Johnny Boy. We've got please do not overshare on this site. You're making my job so much harder. Okay, cooking up something good. Okay. No new profile pic. Happiest I've ever looked. There's Guard Hopkins. And let's see. So King Malhare, we're not really paying attention. We're paying attention to Guard Hopkins. Happy 43rd anniversary to the year I was born. Yup, 1982. What a year for the world. So we've got a year, a birth year. So this could also be part of like a password. I'm just going to copy that as well. So we got Johnny Boy, we've got 1982. And I think I skipped, yeah, I think I did skip some comments. Hold on. There was also a comment on how Guard Hopkins really loves pizza or something. I think we can see all of Guard Hopkins' comments if we click on his profile. Anyways, where's that profile? So this is Guard Hopkins, Johnny Boy. So they're talking about DoorDasher. I don't know if you'd put DoorDasher in his password. I don't know about that. He said 3 comments. Oh, you're right. There are also comments underneath each one of these posts. Or not all of them, but some of them have comments. So 0 comments, 0 comments, 1 comment. So can I just say, I love pizza. So pizza, well, I mean, I don't know if pizza uppercase is like the actual thing we're looking for. You got pizza. We could also add like lowercase pizza as well. Okay, and what else do we have? Do we have comments here? No comments here. Oh, okay. We also have this set of comments over here. So did you know that if you enter a password as a comment on the post, it appears as stars? You got pizza1234. And then what the hell? I need to change my password. So we see like a common password or common pattern for this particular user. So there's a word and then 1234 like $. We could include this as well. Okay, Henke says it's a good reason to get what people, their favorites and their dates of birth. Some people use that as a password, easy to remember. Yeah. So we can also, let's see, we'll add, it's like 1234 $, as something that they like to add to their passwords. Okay, 0 comments here, 0 comments here. So I think that's it. So what we want to do with this information is we want to do a brute force attack, and I think the endpoint that we need to brute force attack is the cells in storage area. So each one of these ports is hosting a different application. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have saved the nmap output. That's okay. I've got some notes. Let me pull up my notes. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different ports that have different services, and I was trying to keep track of what ports are hosting which services here. So I think, so Fakebook is on port 8000, and I think what we want to do is we want to access the, was it the security guard console on port 80? So this one right here. So security console input credentials, we got our email and our password. And it says, Hopkins, please stop forgetting your password. So we're probably targeting the Hopkins users here. And let me just check the code to make sure there's nothing interesting hiding here. Okay, I don't think so. Morty, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? And Happy New Year, Misadventures in Astro. Let me pull up my music, because it stopped. How about some cyberpunk? Okay, so where were we? So we got our login and our password. Login and password. We know that login is probably going to be the email that we found. And X Night Blossom, hello, nice to see you here. So the email is guard.hopkins@hopsexasylum.com. We probably want to record this inside of Burp Suite because we might want to pass this off to like a fuzzing program. So in Burp Suite here, we're just going to start up our Burp Suite browser again. So proxy, open browser. And we're just going to pass this login page to the Burp Suite browser. Burp Suite is definitely good to have overall. I mean, the thing about these exercises is that most of them involve like some sort of web interface, and Burp Suite is the program for, you know, doing security testing against web applications. Okay, so the email is going to be Guard Hopkins. And the password, we're just going to be fuzzing for that. So I'll just put in fuzz. Hit enter. It says not found. Oh, you know what? Why? Morty says, dude, I'm using Linux. Yeah, I mean, use Linux. Definitely. So CGI bin login.sh. I'm actually kind of... So if they're using like a Linux, like a shell script to log people into the system, I don't know if this is the exact application I want to be looking at. Just a second. So HapSec Security Console, maybe we're actually supposed to be looking at the application on port 8080. Let's try that one. Okay, so can you find out, look at them all? Yeah, we probably should. Morty says, can you find out where I live through the comment by connecting the chat's IP address? The chat's IP address? Which, I mean, if you paste in your IP address, I could probably find out the city and maybe the neighborhood where you live. I don't think that's really something you should be advertising. Anyways, okay, we'll give this a try. So it's like Guard Hopkins. Let's try to be nice in chat if we can. Okay, so Guard Hopkins and fuzz. Okay, it says invalid name or password. So this is a more legitimate way of trying to figure out if your password is correct or not when you're doing your brute force attacks. Let's go back. So in HTTP history in Burp Suite, we should be able to get that. This is still going to login.sh. It's still a shell script that's figuring out. That's weird. That sure is weird. But what we can do is we can record this as something we can give to like a fuzzing program. So we're just going to rename this request.txt. You can get rid of the old request.txt and move the new one over here. Okay, so we're looking at the request. This is all the information we need to log into the system, and yeah, we can pass this over to a program like FFUF. So guard Hopkins over here, I'm pretty sure their password is going to be made up of some information that we recorded over here. So Hopkins info, we got Johnny Boy, 1982, we got pizza, and then we got 1234 $sign over here. So KD says if it does a request to a shell script, that means that the shell gets executed with the parameters. So your best bet now is to poison the parameters or the payloads to get it to escape the syntax. I mean, maybe. Let's see. Why are we arguing in chat? Listen, everybody. Let's not insult each other. Let's just all get along if we can. Thank you. It's the new year. We should play nice. So we got Johnny Boy 1982 pizza something. What we can do is we can remix these passwords over here to get every what is the word, iteration of these names, of these words, these elements, to try to make a new password list. So I mean, we could probably pass this over to ChatGPT. It might be able to do the job for us. So if we go over to, I don't know, ChatGPT, we can ask it a question. We want to make 2-element passwords from the following list. We could also probably do like a quick shell command or like a Python script. Okay, Shota says, I have to go. See you soon again. Hey, thank you very much for coming by, Shota. And yeah, hope to see you again. Happy New Year. Can you give me every 2 elements iteration of these words? I mean, the other way we could do this is we could probably use like a script or something. But let's just see if we can have the AI give us a quick list. So while we're waiting for this, we can set up our FFUF command. So it's going to be FFUF. We're going to be using our request. And we're going to be using like a custom word list. We don't know what the word list is yet. Vexility TV, hello, nice to see you here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay. Let's go back. Was it able to do something for us? Nope, not yet. You can use rules on Hashcat or John the Ripper. It said it out on the fake book. Right. So that was on port 8080. Or was that 8000? Oh, that was 8000. Never mind. So you used Hashcat. Put on some music to liven things up. I'm gonna have a coffee. Oh, I mean, oh, can you not hear the music? Hold on. How? Oh, this music is a bit soft. I'll turn it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, Ivan says, just use OSINT. The big thing is his previous password. Yeah, I mean his previous password was like pizza1234. Hold, let me take a look. So pizza1234 was where was it? Here. So pizza1234 $. It's not just this, is it? I'll be disappointed. I'd be kind of disappointed if it was, but well, you know. Okay, so which 8080? What was the email again? Hardguard Hopkins? So Second in Mind said that they used John the Ripper. No, Second in Mind said that they used Hashcat. Okay. So Morty, who lives in Pennsylvania? What are we talking about? And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Miguel Delgado. Thank you. Okay, paste in that email. Invalid username. So this is not the correct user. Well, this is not the correct password. So we're just going to try to do some brute force attack. But the first thing we need to do is we need to make the word list. Did. Okay. So here are all the 2 element iterations, permutations of the given list where order matters. Elements are concatenated directly. No element is paired with itself. 1 result per line. Okay. I mean, that's not too many to go through. Okay, we'll just create a list called Hopkins hoppass.txt. And let's see if we can plug this in. Me doing some fuzzing. Oh, that's not it. I think it was. I think the file was called like hoppass. Okay, so we've. This all came back with the same stuff, with the same response. So what could be the issue here? Either we don't have the actual password in our list, or so size 71, I'm pretty sure that size 71 is the standard like error response. So we sent the post, we received invalid username or password. Okay, Katie says, what is my opinion on the current cyber crime ransomware ecosystem? I mean, this isn't really something I think of too much. I do know that one of the most common things that that criminals use for cybercrime is ransomware, and that there's a lot of ransomware as a service. Try to add some symbols. Okay, so maybe we should take the hint. So we got an indication about using, like, what was it, Hashcat? Hanky says, see my last chat. Hanky says that you can use K $. So K $, is that for Hashcat, or is that for Is that for hashcat or is that for FFUF? For hashcat, okay. So hashcat, let me get some help. And we're looking for like $K. Okay, so -K is a rule. So single rule applied to each word from right word list. Okay. So let's see. The rule is $! Let me look up these hashcat rules. Hashcat rules. Rule-based attack. Okay, let's look it up here. We've got the $. So append X to the end. So we're appending like exclamation point. Might CUPP first. It uses the it's used to generate the dictionary. You can use -J or -K. Which one is -J? I've never used hashcat like this before, so you'll excuse me if I look a little bit. Rule left. So single rule applied to each word from the left word list. Okay, so if I wanted to use hashcat create word list, using hashcat rules to create custom word lists, infinite logins. I used to see this. I used to read a lot of this guy's stuff. He was on Twitter for a while. I don't know if he still is. Second Mind says, so the combinator. You should permutate before you mangle. Okay, so we start with these words over here, and then we want to append exclamation dot rule. Combinator. Combinator essentially does permutations. Thank you very much for the follow on. Used cup on stream before. I've used cup on this challenge before, but I don't know if combinator is going to be like an easier tool to use. Is combinator part of hashcat? Combinator attack. Okay, so two dictionaries are combined, each with the word combinator plus rule. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a list. So two dictionaries are combined. You need exactly two dictionaries in your command line. So we just run hashcat so we can use the same dictionaries in the same places. So com.txt or combo.txt will use both hoppass.txt. No. The name of the file was like Hopkins info for both of these. Okay, combo.txt token length exception. Oh, this is actually for cracking. So what do we want to do if we want to just create a word list? Okay, if dict1 contains and dict2 contains this, then with the command line above, hashcat will create the following password candidates. You can also use the same dictionary twice. Okay, applying rules to dictionaries. If you wish to add rules to the left or the right dictionary or both at once, okay, so what they recommend over here. Okay, to create a combined word list for use with hashcat, you can use external utilities like the combinator.bin tool. Combinator.bin. Hashcat itself does not generate combined word lists internally, but rather performs the combinations on the fly. So combinator.bin is the recommended utility. Do we have it on Kali Linux? Locate combinator.bin. So it does exist. So combinator.bin, we can run this thing. What does the syntax look like? So combinator list1, list2 into combined word list.txt. So in this case, they would both be the Hopkins info file. And then we output it to combo pass.txt. Okay, and then I think people were mentioning after we've generated the dictionary, we can do the mutations with hashcat. Hashcat. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says John word list, your word list, rules standard out, mango list.txt. I mean, the thing is that which rule should we use? I mean, if it's John, combo pass.txt, then rules standard out. Just rules and standard out as is. Is that going to create? Well, let's see what happens. We're going to call it mangled pass.txt or mod pass. We'll just call it mod pass. Well, this has got a lot of different stuff applied to it. Okay, I mean, we could give this a try as well. I wonder if this is going to be enough, or if we need to worry about rate limiting or like lockouts. We'll see what happens after we run FFUF, I suppose. Mod pass. Okay, so we know the standard response that's incorrect is 71. So we could probably filter on size 71. And I think I might have locked myself out of the application. Let me take a look. No, it still says invalid. Invalid name or password, so this is still okay. Morty says I just caught a scammer. Caught a scammer? What are you talking about? Okay, so let me just take a look at my request file. And Jeffrey Elliott has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a look at the request file, just to make sure that we're not doing anything weird here. Give me liquidity. Hello, nice to see you here. What distro is this? This is Kali Linux. You can learn more about it over here. Okay, so CGI post. Username, Guard Hopkins, Hopsec Asylum, password equals fuzz. Try some other symbols instead of $. So I think Henke might have been trying to give me a clue. Fresh Gaming says, hey bro, new stream, can you tell me what you're doing? So we're just trying to do like some hacking challenges over here, over at TryHackMe.com. So this is a website where you can do all sorts of great hacking challenges, and it's totally free. And yeah, it's a good place to start if you want to learn about some cybersecurity basics. So let's see. Hashcat. Cool Guy says, do you agree with me that TryHackMe is much better and beginner friendly than Hack the Box? Yeah, I can agree there. I mean, I've got my own reasons for preferring to use TryHackMe. Not that I'm saying that Hack the Box is bad, but for beginners, there's definitely a lot more on TryHackMe that fits what I'm doing. Anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, I put on the birds. So enjoy these birds, and thank you very much for the subscription, Patrick Henry. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. 60 seconds, but while the ads are running, please enjoy these birds. We'll be back in just a little bit. I just need to have a little bit of water. Thank you very much, Click Gaming, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So this is this sparrow right here is trying to keep all the other sparrows away from the food. It's making itself look really big and scaring all the other sparrows off. YouTube is king. Thank you very much. Give me liquidity. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, HNNMI says, for making scripts or doing research, would you say that GPT is better, or is there another AI model that you think is better? Scripts and doing research? I mean, use whatever. Most of these AI models are going to do very similar jobs. I do hear that Claude is better at doing coding stuff. So you might want to turn to Claude if you're just doing like scripting and stuff like that. ChatGPT is a pretty good like general use LLM, but everybody's got their own opinions, of course. Okay, speaking of ChatGPT, I'm going to ask a little question over here. If I wanted to use Hashcat to create permutations on a word list, and apply some rules. What would the command syntax look like? Okay, so we'll just use Quen3 coder or DeepSeek or DeepQuen. I mean, everybody's got their own opinions on what's the best. I'm not an expert, but I try to use whatever's at hand. So we got Combinator over here. So you can do a piped attack with Combinator, direct, creating more complex word lists. So 3+ words plus rules. Okay, Mona says, let's see. Hi Cheyenne, I hold the same opinion as yours. Claude seems to be better for coding and scripts. ChatGPT for more general use. Thank you very much for letting us know, Mona, thank you. And Occasion, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, but hello, nice to see you here. What are you hacking? Nuclear Duck says, finally got it. Hello. Bone Tap. Bone Tap? I'm not too sure what you're referring to. But anyways, we're currently using this website over here. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Julio Oz. Or Julio Oz? Oz. Okay, to generate permutations on a word list using hashcat with rules, you probably use a command like this one. So AO hash mode hash file word list our rule file. Do we need a rule file? AKC. And Julio says that nice birds, thank you, thank you. So for example, if you're attacking MD5 hashes using RockU in the best 64 rule, then your hashes are in hashes.txt. So this is a great way to expand your word list before cracking. You know, if you want to generate 2-element combinations in your original lists with hashcat or combinator.bin next. Okay, Mona says, can you please suggest some good resources to learn ethical hacking? Yeah, so let me direct you to the GitHub. So HackerFrogs GitHub over here, we've got some educational resources, and there's a bunch of different resources for whatever topic you want to learn. For example, network hacking or programming or Linux in general, computer networking, all that good stuff. So just take a look at the different sections in the GitHub over there. You should be able to find something that that applies to you. No worries, no worries. I'm happy to help. So Combinator plus rule. So native hashcat Combinator attack. So I get the feeling that our good friend Henke was trying to give us an indication that what we want to do is we want to create some passwords with some exclamation points at the end. So maybe what I can do is I can just add exclamation points to all the passwords. Let me try doing that first. This isn't really the proper way to do it, but I think we can do that with like set or something. Add character to end of string or end of line in Linux. Okay, so you could use set I and then this stuff and then filename.txt. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add like an exclamation point to everything on, I think it was modpass. Wow, those sure are exclamation points. Okay. And we'll run our good old ffuf command. We got it. Okay, so it was Johnny Boy 1982 with the exclamation point. So let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so now we're here. So we got our facility map, authorized personnel only. We've got our, what was this? Our different parts. Easy. Well, I mean, it took. I really need to figure out how to do this. How to do this like as part of a standard command. Because I don't really deal with like custom word lists very often. It's something I got to learn. So we got cell block, we got cameras in the cell block, in the lobby, in the psych ward, and in the main corridor. So we got some keys. Sick in the Mind says, permutations and mangling. Hashcat is better for mangling with one rule and many other rules. And Julio, thank you very much for the encouraging words. Thank you. Okay, so what are we supposed to do here? So tip, hover keys, and camera for labels. So can we... What happens when we click on these? So let's see, enter the key code. We don't have any of these key codes. We can also take a look at the cameras. So camera 1 cell block. We're supposed to start here with the cell block. So camera feed 1 is currently unavailable, okay? Definitely hit the psych ward. So we got psych ward. So these feeds are not available. So none of these are available. So what are we supposed to do with... Oh, okay. So I see this in the... So this is the... we got auth ed1, and we see like a number. We could probably play around with the number. Okay, Mike, hello, nice to see you here. Can I have some Black Hat websites? I don't have Black Hat websites because I don't do Black Hat stuff. But welcome in, Mike. Nice to see you here. And thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Jason Soprovich. Thank you. Okay, so let's try modifying the number over here. So index.html. Auth ed1, we'll change it to 2. Huh. As an authenticated user, you can remotely unlock patient cell doors in the event of the emergency. This control should only be used when you have explicit authorization, so we can unlock the door because we've got auth ed2 instead of 1. Hold on. Let me just check. Let me just check that we don't have access to this if we're auth ed1. Oh, we've got access to it either way. Auth ed, yeah, easy auth, huh? Okay, so unlock cell door. So this, okay, so cell door unlocked. We got a key. So this is a flag that we can submit over to the TryHackMe page. Okay, this is the first flag. Done. Great. Are we gonna hack the whole building? I mean, the goal is to hack the whole building and to, get somebody, let somebody escape, right? So move, let's see. Unlock Hopper Cell, which we just did. The next thing we need to do is move through the lobby. So with the cell door unlocked, head straight to the lobby. This area connects the different blocks of the facility. Cameras are active, so stay alert. Your objective is to reach the psych ward entrance on the east side of the lobby. Whole prison going down. Yeah, hopefully. And Frank Fernandez, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need to go from the cells to the to the psych ward. Let's go back to the interface here. So Stellage, so we unlocked this stuff. There's no camera feed. So the lobby, also no camera feed. Does this change if we change our authorization here? No, not really. Okay, psych ward, nothing here. Can we unlock this? We don't have authorization to unlock this thing. And thank you very much for subscribing. Cyrillic letters, I can't read that. But welcome, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. And thank you very much to Frank Fernandez. Thank you very much. Okay. So that's the exit. The psych ward is over here. I mean, I guess we could change our authorization number to a bunch of different ones. I don't know if that really gives us anything different. How about 0? And thank you very much for subscribing, Jonathan Fernandez. Thank you. You can enumerate the script. So the script. Well, let's take a look at the page source. So the web page source for this particular web page. What do we got? Please input credentials. So we've already done this. So key SVG, camera. So these are just graphics. Enter code. Oh, interesting. Okay, so hens. Hello, nice to see you here. What is the reason that made you become a cybersecurity ethical hacker? What made me decide to go into hacking and cybersecurity stuff? I wanted to do a big change from what I was doing as a career up until that point. Information Hub, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I wouldn't say that there is any like really big backstory behind it. I was looking to change careers, and I decided that cybersecurity is probably the way to go. I did some tutorials, and I really liked the stuff that I was doing. So that what really got me into this. Okay, so all this JavaScript over here, we might be able to find something to help us get in. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to call it over here, because we've got one other thing that we're gonna be covering today, our 4th topic. But we're gonna be coming back to this room and doing more of it on Monday. So we've got our schedule over here. We're not leaving right now. I'm just wanting everybody to know that we've got a schedule over at the Reddit over here for HackerFrogs. You can find next week's schedule over here. And James says, do you have a list of full study course material starting from scratch? Okay, Thantos says, what's your biggest flex? Mine, I code on Vim. I don't code on Vim. Anyways, I've got a starter pack if you want to get into cybersecurity from like a zero tech perspective. It's just a bunch of YouTube playlists that you can use to start learning about technology topics, about computer networking, and easy CTF or cybersecurity exercises. Give those links a try. So yeah, we're gonna be doing more side quest on Monday, And but right now we're going to be switching over to something else. So I'm just going to get out of here. And we're going to be doing, what is this thing called again? Standoff365. So Standoff365 is a cybersecurity education platform. This is not for beginners, but there's a lot of really cool stuff here. Hen says, do you know about iOS pen testing, or do you know where to start? iOS is tough. iOS is tough because it's a walled garden. They don't really... Apple doesn't really let people take a look at their stuff unless you buy their stuff. Most of the time when people are learning about cybersecurity, they're doing it through virtual machines, simulated environments, but Apple doesn't let people do that unless you pay for the devices. So iOS pen testing is tough. I would say probably start learning by learning about Linux. Linux and iOS is kind of similar because they share like a common ancestor. It's also not cheap. It's it's not like Android at all. Android is Android is free. If you want to learn about mobile pen testing or like mobile device pen testing, you can definitely learn some stuff over at TryHackMe. I wonder if I remembered to record some resources. Hold on. I might have some stuff over at HackerFrogs. Education resources. Do I have mobile stuff here? No, I don't have mobile stuff here yet. But there's a couple of modules over at TryHackMe if you search for mobile. Yeah, so stuff like Android Hacking 101. Why don't you take a look at this list? Okay, cool guy. 04 says, have you ever gotten rewards from bug bounty programs or finding vulnerabilities? Yeah, I mean, no, I've never done bug bounty. Bug bounty's never been my thing. I have done like pen testing consultancy jobs before, but I've never done bug bounty. There's something for iOS analysis over here. It's not necessarily hacking stuff. If you want to do mobile, I'd start with something like mobile Android hacking stuff. Give this stuff a try over at TryHackMe. Okay, give me liquidity. You can tell who are Twitch hybrid streamers. What do you define as a hybrid streamer? Mona says, why do hackers always wear hoodies in movies and images? I don't know, it's just kind of like an aesthetic. I have no idea, really. Because it's comfortable. True. It is more comfortable than wearing like a suit and tie all the time. Alright, we're going to be moving on to the next topic. Let me change my overlays. So we're just going to be tinkering around with the Standoff365 platform over here. If you've got like a solid background in network pen testing already, I think you might really appreciate this platform because they've got some unique features. So they've got let's see. Most of the stuff here is free. You can sign up for an account. The website and the platform is based in Russia. If that really bothers you, I guess you're gonna have to give this a skip. But they've got some really good stuff. Thanto says there's no cybersecurity expert that can say that he knows 100% every branch of cybersecurity. Yeah, most of the time, people in cybersecurity are pretty heavily specialized. So they're usually going to be specialized in something like reverse engineering, low-level concepts, or they're going to be specialized in network pen testing or web app pen testing or some other specialization. most of the time everybody's hyper specialized to do like a specific job. Anyways, so we have the boot camp over here, and the boot camp has a bunch of machines that are hosted on a single network, and we've been trying to map this thing out. Let me go ahead and change up my VPN access. So we're just going to use the this key right here. Here we go. Standoff Battle 7 config. Okay. Hans asks, what do you think about yeah, exploit development? It's definitely it's a very specialized, what is the word? It's a very big specialization within cybersecurity. I don't teach it here. I do teach something that is kind of related, and that's reverse engineering and Vulnyx. You can try looking at these links over here if you want to get into those. So Hootie Crusader asks, is it easier to counter hackers since we know most of their tactics? I think the cybersecurity landscape now is definitely a lot safer than it used to be, because everybody is open about sharing their knowledge. It used to be that people would really hoard the information that they knew before and only share it with I don't know, only share it with people who are either paying them money or people that they were trying to, you know, take as like disciples or something. But it was definitely a lot more. It was not a great time, from what I've heard. It's not really something I experienced myself. The other lead kids, yeah, maybe. But what was I doing? Okay, let's go back. They want us to put in our username and password. I'm gonna have to get those. Just a second. So it's actually kind of rare that you got VPN keys that are protected by authorization, but here we are. Okay, so my username is the Shy Hat. Okay. All right, and now we should be connected to Segent. Hello, nice to see you here. Sir, how much year old are you? I'm 45. So I started learning cybersecurity when I just turned 40 because I wanted to do like a completely different career path. And yeah, so if you're an older person, definitely don't feel discouraged. You can do it if you really want to. You just need to be serious about the endeavor. Sijin says, "Dang, you're my father's age." Well, sometimes it do be like that. Let's see. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. R4 Jesus. Thank you. Okay, Hen says, why was the cybersecurity community like close together rather than sharing the information? Oh, closed off rather than sharing the information? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what prompted the change. I mean, we could probably ask really quick. We could probably ask, I don't know, Perplexity AI. I just got like a year subscription to this thing. Why was hacking and cybersecurity closed and secretive in the past? Why is it different now? Happy New Year, sir. Oh, thank you very much. And I hope you're having a good New Year too. So, okay, so closed and secretive because it grew out of underground communities, national security work, and proprietary vendor practices Okay? Today is far more open because the internet made threats global and the industry discovered that collaboration standards and public vulnerability disclosure led to stronger security overall. Okay? So early hackers were small, semi-illegal groups trading knowledge on closed bulletin board systems, often targeted by law enforcement operations. Okay, so people figured out that it was a lot easier to make things more secure by sharing all of their knowledge instead of just keeping it to themselves. Sick in the Mind says because they didn't want to give script kiddies toys. Okay, great. And bulletin boards equals 4chan. I think 4chan was definitely one of those bulletin boards. And DoveHack08, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Sick of the Mind says lots of the crews I hung out with online used IRC. Yeah, I've heard that IRC was like one of the most common methods of communication in those early days. Mona says, which career path were you from initially? Initially, I was a teacher. So, I mean, I can talk about it really quick. And thank you very much, Action Poppy Q. Thank you for following on Twitch. My background. So originally I was a ESL teacher in Asia, and then I came back. Well, I came back home and I tried opening businesses in Canada, but those didn't work out. And then I decided to go into cybersecurity. And now I'm doing cybersecurity teaching online on this channel right here. Okay, really a teacher? Well, I'm trying to be. Okay, someone says that hacking is about Kali Linux. What do you think about Kali Linux? Kali Linux is just, well, I'm using Kali Linux right now. Kali Linux is just like an operating system. It's a Linux operating system that has a bunch of security tools. I guess I can talk about that as well. So Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux. Linux has a bunch of different distributions which have different features and such. And we've got ads on Twitch. I'll finish talking about Kali Linux after the ad is over. So we're just going to take a little break right now, and during the break, enjoy these birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the music and enjoy the curious birds. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Cypher asks, where are the birds? Well, I mean, it's nighttime where I am right now, so the birds are probably sleeping. Okay, so Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux. There are a bunch of different distributions of Linux. Kali Linux is based off of the Debian distribution of Linux, which is one of the most popular branches. So other versions of Linux that are based on Debian, stuff like Ubuntu, Kali Linux, some other stuff. The only thing that makes Kali Linux really special compared to other versions of Linux is that Kali Linux has security tools pre-installed on the system, And that's why people who are studying cybersecurity like to use Kali Linux. So Encrypted Perspective says Debian is the OG. Debian is one of it's one of the really, what is the word? It's the version of Linux that a lot of other versions of Linux are based off of. I'm not an expert on Linux in particular by any means, but yeah. That's what Kali Linux is. OGs, original gangsters? Kinda, yeah. So Mona says, I switched careers in my late 30s too. Yeah, I mean, it's never too late to do a big change in your life. It's completely fine. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Zuko Bronja, thank you. Okay, let's move on. So we're taking a look at Bootcamp over here, and we're connected to their network now. So now that we're connected to their network, we could probably scan their servers. So I think I've got like a bunch. I have a bunch of notes in my home directory. So write-ups, Standoff365, with the Bootcamp, and I've got a bunch of notes for these systems. So let me see. I think I called it like net overview. Second Mind said there's a Wikipedia dedicated to Linux distributions with a map showing hundreds of distributions. Debian has a lot of grandchildren, we'll just say that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I've got this whole, I have a lot of notes for all of these systems over here. And I've also tried mapping out. Okay, let me get out of here. What's our directory? Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and put a couple of hours on our clock. So we're just going to be working on this network for the next couple hours. If you've got questions, I'll answer all of your questions as best I can while I'm working on this. My priority is not getting my stuff done. My priority is answering everybody's questions and comments. Okay, so let's enter this directory. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I'm port scanning all the IPs that I grabbed from the DNS transfer. I should probably get some... check out which of these hosts is hosting DNS as well. Surgeon says, sir, what is Black Arch? So Black Arch is a version of Arch Linux. So Arch Linux, how do I explain this? Let's make another tab so that I can talk about some other stuff. Let's make this thing blue. Okay, so we're talking about Arch Linux. Arch Linux is a distro of Linux that emphasizes installing each component piece by piece. Let's see, there's what else did they emphasize? So Arch Linux is also about controlling exactly what goes into the system. I think so. People who enjoy Arch Linux they're usually people who are considered what is the word? Like power users? Or people who are like hardcore hobbyists. That's my impression. Of course, you know, if you use Arch Linux, you'll probably tell me right now. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Nox. Thank you. Encrypted Perspective says, which Nmap flag do you usually use for recon? Yeah, I can tell you about what I usually use when I do these exercises. Sure. Where are we? So Nmap. So if I'm running Nmap on a typical system, I usually run something that looks similar to this. So if you know the nmap command, then you probably know what this stuff does. If not, I can explain it. Okay, Encrypted Perspective says, most recently updated software also. Mind over limit. Hello, nice to see you here. Do I have to finish learning Python to start any of this? No, you don't need to. You don't need to learn how to code to start learning about hacking and cybersecurity. A lot of people ask programming and hacking. You don't need to program in order to hack. Depending on your specialty, you may need to learn programming. Most of the time, lack of programming skill is a limitation on how much you can achieve within your specialization. Okay, please explain. Oh, Nmap? Yeah, sure. So, if we're talking about the Nmap commands over here, where is it? So Nmap is going to scan specific ports on a target. So let's just pretend I've got a bunch of targets I could scan for this machine. Let me take a look over here and so I'm trying to identify what the DNS server is on here. I think this is it. So port 22 and port 53. So let's just pretend we're scanning this system right here. So we would run nmap. We would try to identify what open ports there are. What's my WPM? My WPM is not very good. Lexswan Bach? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, but hello, nice to see you here. I don't type very fast. Okay, Encrypted Perspectives, support software version, T4 is speed. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally not running anything too fancy when I run nmap, but one of the important things that I do when I run nmap is I give the very verbose flag right here. And very verbose means that it'll give you output before the scan is finished running. Okay, Goit says, do I need a computer science degree or is it better to self-study and get a certificate? What are the top certifications? Oh, just a sec, everybody. I need to answer a little text message. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, done. Great. So Second of Mind says T4 isn't really speedy, but a latency handler and provides minimal impact. Good for enterprise networks. T1 networks, but not really necessary for common high-speed cloud environments. It does throttle the amount of traffic sent. Most of the time, one of the things that I haven't really played around with too much as far as Nmap is concerned is getting like really quick Nmap scans. I know it is certainly possible you can set like the minimum rate with Nmap. It's not really, it hasn't been really that much of a priority. Most of the time like T4 is going to get it done eventually. So yeah. So let's see. Encrypted Perspective says top certifications depends. What are we talking about? Oh, GOIT. Yeah. So GOIT says, do you need a computer science degree? No, you don't need a computer science degree to do cybersecurity. So and what do we call this? Post-secondary? Post-secondary education. You don't need to go to college/university to do cybersecurity. You do need to be motivated to teach yourself skills related to your specialty. Okay, so Second Mind says min rate 3,500 is my go-to. Haven't had any issues. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I might be looking into that in the future. But in India, we need to. I mean, I don't agree. You can teach us. Well, I mean, you can teach yourself entirely for. You don't need to pay money to learn cybersecurity. You can, if you know exactly what you need to study, you can learn on your own. Of course, this requires you to do your own research. Lol. I mean, if you want to get started, I can help you get started. I can't necessarily guide you entirely for the entire path of learning cybersecurity and getting a job and all that stuff. I can help you get started if that's what you want to do. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, wrote this some time ago. I finally pushed a new update to it. Portscan.sh. Oh, awesome. All things depend on your skill set. I mean, the other thing you need to do is you need to figure out like what job you want to do in cybersecurity, because cybersecurity's got a bunch of different jobs inside of it. Is not one job. It's dozens of jobs. Well, I mean, dozens is a bit of a misnomer, but there's not one job that's called cybersecurity. There's web app pen testers, forensics analysts, cryptographers. There's, I don't know, malware analysts. There's SOC analysts, incident responders. These roles all have different training and requirements. Are all of the roles in big demand? No, not all the roles are in big demand. There are roles that are more popular than other ones. Cybersecurity is a sector that has many job roles. Yeah, I mean there are even jobs inside of cybersecurity that are not technical at all. So you got people who do I don't even know what the name of the role is, but people who do GRC, so people who keep track of compliance. Sick of the Mind says, reference the NIST, nice framework, the NIST framework, yeah. Depending on the maturity of the program, it's got hundreds of jobs. GRC is internal audit and compliance. This is more stuff that, yeah, it's more of like a bureaucracy kind of job. But anyways, let's go back to, what was I trying to do? Oh, right, I was doing the port scan on here. So we've got port 53 open on this system, and if port 53 is open, we might be able to learn more about the different endpoints. So you got the etc host file, and I've cataloged a few different domain names. So if we got these domain names, we could try to find out what the DNS server knows about these. So for example, let's try, let's call this our DNS tab. So we would use a tool like dig, and we need to know the name of the DNS server. The DNS server is this one. Okay, Mind Over Limit says, does Linux run better? Does Linux run better on 16 gigabytes of RAM, or is that a myth? Okay, James says 8 gigabytes is more than enough for VMs. I mean, it really depends on how many VMs you want to run at the same time. I would say that if you want to do a lot of what is the word? Home labbing, you definitely want more RAM rather than less. But then again, these days RAM is really expensive, so it's kind of a big ask. Okay, so we've got our IP address here, and let's start doing some queries on, we'll try the test web server. Okay, run dig on the IP, that's what we're doing right now. And the crate arg, hello, what is up, what is up? And welcome to the Twitch chat, thank you for coming by. You know what, let's give you a fun Nyan Cat to welcome you in. Okay, Lishwan asks, is Linux better than Windows? Is Linux better than Windows? I mean, Linux and Windows do different things well. If you want to do gaming, you definitely want to stick with Windows, because Windows it's got the most amount of games that that support that platform. Ask yourself what the primary use of your computer is, and then you can decide on an operating system after that. Okay, so we've got test server we got these cookies over here. I think I came up with a little script for doing DNS enumeration. Let me go ahead and grab that. I think I put it in my CTF tools. Oh, sorry, sick in the mind. I forgot to grab your script. Where is it? The port scan one. Okay, let's take a look. So port scan, yet another port scanning doohickey on the internet by Sick in the Mind, okay? So what's running under the hood? Is it Nmap? Oh, okay, okay. So this is like this is like a, well, I wouldn't say it's like a vulnerability scanner. Jano Whack says Arch, by the way, 99% Nmap and XML startlet for XML parsing. Okay. Arch, by the way, no. I mean, we're using Kali Linux over here. I mean, I'm sure you could use, I don't know. Black Arch is the security one, right? Or is Black Arch something else? Okay, what is the difference between popular Arch Linux distros? Okay, popular Arch-based distributions, they differ. Vanilla Arch, Endeavor OS, Manjaro, Garuda, Black Arch. Oh, Black Arch. Okay, so Black Arch is the Arch Linux with the repository of pen testing tools and hacking stuff. Okay. Does anybody here use Black Arch? I don't know. I don't use it myself. Okay, so where is my little script? So we got scripts for general hacking. We got our DNS enumeration script over here. Let me just grab that. So what this does is it... Oh, maybe I shouldn't be working inside of this directory. I've got my other stuff over here. Okay, it's bloated. Wait, Cyclops, hey, hello, nice to see you here. And are we talking about Kali Linux? Yeah, I mean, people do say it's a bit bloated, especially after you update it. The thing is that people who run Kali Linux like it because you don't have to worry about installing a bunch of stuff. Most of the time, your common tools are already installed by default. Hens asks, how do you become comfortable with CTFs? I'm a paranoid guy. I mean, are you paranoid that the CTF environments are going to steal your information? I mean, that's tough. If you don't trust anybody, you can't... If there's no trust, you can't really get very much out of the system. It's a bit of a give and take. When you're in a pen testing, you need tools. You have most of the ones you need. That's the promise of Kali Linux. Kali is bloated. That's the best bare metal OS to install and have on site and off net. And Goit asks, top 5 information security certifications. Your information security certifications are going to be different depending on your specialization as well. I mean, top 5 cyber certs. I hear that CISSP is I don't even know too much about most of these certifications. OSCP, it's just a big word salad after a while. So CISSP, OSCP, what else? I don't even know. I don't pay very much attention to certifications in the first place. I would say that if you want to get a job, TryHackMe has something for the SOC analyst. So they've got a SOC analyst certification called SAL1. There's a very popular one from Hack the Box, which is popular with pen testing, people who do pen testing, offensive security. It's called the Certified Pen Testing something, CPTS. And if you're looking to get into web, there's Burp Suite Certified Practitioner. Okay, Cyclops says Black Arch is bloated. Black Arch is bloated. You don't know what's there and what's not there. The most annoying thing is that it's difficult to troubleshoot if something goes wrong, because you don't know how and where things are. Just Blue says how to start hacking in 2026. TryHackMe and Udemy courses. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Udemy. I don't use it very much. I'd say that if you want to start getting into cybersecurity, and let's just call this the top cybersecurity education platforms for beginners. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Just Blue, thank you. I'd say TryHackMe, PicoCTF, what else? Over the Wire? It really depends on what your specialization is. I've got like a bunch of stuff in the HackerFrogs GitHub. So we talk a lot about this education. Where is it? Education resources. Try taking a look at the stuff over here, depending on what you want to try. OWASP. OWASP is not really an education platform. Oh, okay. It's if you really want to learn about web stuff, then your best bet is to go to Portswigger Academy. So Portswigger is for web, Over the Wire is for Linux, web, and low level. And thank you very much for the follow, Goit, on Twitch and on YouTube, la, and thank you very much, yes. So low level, so it's like reversing, and binx. Portswigger is for web, but it is the best. So PicoCTF is for everything. And TryHackMe is also pretty much everything, as far as like specializations are concerned. Okay, Julio says, have you ever used an AI agent to learn? Yeah, I mean, most of what I use for ChatGPT is explaining like programming concepts, helping me with understand code, debugging code to see what's going wrong. Definitely don't feel ashamed to use the AI to help you learn some stuff. But you do need to understand that the AI doesn't always have the answers. So AI for education. AI LLMs for education. Don't trust all the info implicitly. If it's really important, double check the AI's answers. Am I training them? I'm not training a model. Nathan Green says, I never see people mention Hack the Box lately. Is there a reason for this? Well, I mean, people asking me about stuff for beginners. Hack the Box is not very beginner friendly. There is beginner stuff there. There is beginner stuff there, and there's some really good beginner stuff there, but it's not really something I cover, because a lot of the stuff on Hack the Box is not stuff that they let people on YouTube or live streamer people cover. Not the free stuff anyways. The paid stuff, yes, but I don't recommend paid. I don't like to recommend paid resources for people, because I understand that most people don't want to drop a bunch of money to learn about cybersecurity. Okay, Sick of the Mind says they've gotten way better with the Academy. Yeah, the Hack the Box Academy. But it's annoying that they have the Academy and the labs on different pricing brackets. Do they? Do you have to pay for... Oh, that's true. Academy uses like a fake currency. They use like whatever, fun bucks. Not fun bucks. What is it called? Cubes. Labs don't give you Academy, yeah. So there's no like one thing that gives you access to everything on Hack the Box. AI is really good at explaining computing concepts. It's very good at explaining programming quirks, especially for well-known programming languages, such as Python or C or C++. Okay, Sick of the Mind says thousands of cubes worth of content for only $8 isn't bad. I mean, I'm not too sure what the thing is, what the exchange rate is. So the best thing is they unlock tons of content for students for only $8 a month. So $8 a month is thousands. Oh, okay. So we were talking about the pricing scheme for students. I mean, I don't know how many people here fall under that category, but let me look it up real quick. So Hack the Box Academy student pricing. The student pricing is really good. If you are a current like high school or university student, I'll give you the link over here. Nathan Green says I've paid for the Academy for a year. You need to have a student email to verify that. Oh, I wonder if my university email still works. Okay, Ethan Luna says in Windows or dual boot. I've never used dual boot. The thing, my current setup is Windows 10 on top and then lots of VMs. In particular, I'm using very well-resourced Kali Linux VM. Sick of the Mind says dual boot is much less popular since the dawn of hypervisors. I mean, the thing is that if you want to try out different operating systems, virtual machines is probably the best way to do it. Okay, let's see. Shyam says I'm 19 at a student in college. Yeah, that's awesome. So I mean, you probably would benefit from using the student plan over at Hack the Box. Okay, let's see. How to install Linux OS in Windows. I would use like a virtual machine. So to everybody who's talking to me, who's listening to me talk about virtual machines, I've got a video on my YouTube that talks about how to install a virtual machine manager as well as Kali Linux for people who are interested. So this is the video over here. Am I running? No, I'm not running everything on a USB. Not me. Okay, Shyam says, for me, $1 is 82 rupees. I mean, I recommend a lot of stuff that is free. I'm not forcing anybody to pay for anything. Check out the education resources over here. Most of them are free. Did you see the curl vuln? I haven't heard about a recent curl vulnerability. I mean, I guess I could search for it real quick. Okay, so recent activity, are we talking about this one from 2025? So the other thing, let's see, what do you think about paying for VPNs? Is it necessary or is a free VPN enough? I mean, that really depends on what you want to do. VPNs, what do you want to do with your VPN, right? So VPNs can get you geo-restricted content. For example, French Netflix or whatever. VPNs can hide your IP address. They can hide your internet activity from your internet service provider. But the thing is that your internet activity is probably recorded by your VPN provider. So that doesn't really... that, I mean, you do not become anonymous just because you're using a VPN. You just need to be aware of what you're actually achieving by using the VPN. Okay, Ryan says, so like when you, for example, you curl a site with malicious JS code and it executes it. Okay, Anunnaki, hello, nice to see you here. How smart do you need to be to know Python? Well, I mean, most of the time, you don't need to be a genius to do computer science. Most of getting good at doing computer science, cybersecurity stuff, it's just education, teaching yourself a skill. You get better the longer you're working at that skill. There's nothing. You don't have to be a genius to work with computers. What about Octosniff? I don't know what Octosniff is. That Basement Dweller. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. What is up? Let's remind us what we're doing over here. Let's hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, you can hide your IP address, and sometimes hiding your IP address is a good thing. What else about VPNs? Yeah, most people don't need a VPN unless you're, well, ask yourself why you're using the VPN. Do some research. You might find that you don't need to use a VPN really. Okay, Curl says, okay, so Curl, the thing about like a vulnerability in Curl is that Curl is used by a lot of other programs or a lot of other scripts, a lot of other software packages. Octosniff is an IP sniffer. Oh, okay. So you use Octosniff and you give it like an IP address and then it gives you information. How is it different from like any other like web application like that just gives you information about an IP? I think what we were trying to do is we're trying to do some DNS scanning. DNS enum, we need to provide the server. This is the server here. And we need to provide a domain. So we want to know about testserver.edu. Oh. Did I not create the file? Goit says IRC is dead. I mean, I hear that people still use IRC, just not very many people. Okay, Ryan Raja says, what do you think is a good way to learn 0 days? What is a good way to learn 0 days? You mean discover 0 days? I'm not really a person who does a lot of exploit development. So XSS, SQL, web stuff. I mean, if you want to learn the web stuff, learn the web stuff. Here's the site that you would use to learn all the web stuff, if you want to check it out. Okay, can you share the Hack the Box for students? How much do you need for a membership? I mean, if you say that it's really expensive you don't want to pay money for student memberships over at Hack the Box, then don't do it. Then don't do it. That's what I'm. But if you want to, then you can check out this link. Okay, refuse to go to Discord. Oh, okay. Discord replaced some IRCs, but I have some friends who refuse to go IRC. I mean, some people just don't want to use something they don't trust. The thing is that Discord is so ubiquitous. It's tough. It's tough to avoid it these days. Okay, so let's see. Most people used VPNs to gain access to geo-restricted content. Okay, and I think I'm caught up with chat. They don't trust Asian-owned companies for the most part. I mean, is Discord owned by an is Discord in like an Asian country? I didn't even know. Let's look it up real quick on Wikipedia. So Discord, the application, online communication service. So I'm pretty sure that this is Californian. So I'm not. So I mean, yeah, Discord is Californian, which means it's American. People might take issue with like Signal, the Signal app, and Signal is like Russian based, I'm pretty sure. Where is Signal and Telegram maybe? So the Signal Technology Foundation. Oh no, it's American. Signal is American. Okay, so it must be Telegram. Telegram. Signalmine says Tencent owns a good portion of them. Discord? Not sure. Telegram, the application. Yeah, cross-platform instant messaging service. And this is... Headquarters in British Virgin Islands and Dubai. But it was founded by, yeah, so some Russian folks. Pool Legends. Hello, nice to see you here. Being a beginner, how can we become cybersecurity experts? You ever talk and see the ads on your phone and TV and are exactly what you talked about, or cookies? Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, sometimes I get the feeling that your devices are listening to you. Sometimes it's a coincidence, of course, but you got to be. That's their battles. I'm not that paranoid. I use Discord. I mean, it really depends. There are some people who are super paranoid and very, very like privacy focused. There are other people who are just like, if it's not an American, you know, if it's not developed by Americans, I don't trust it. That kind of thing. They don't use software that that was developed by bad countries, quote unquote. Okay, Cypher says if foreign states do, it's untrustworthy. If yeah, right. So if another country, if two countries do something, and they're both bad, but the U.S. is doing the same thing, then you know the U.S. gets a pass on that. Okay, so Shyam says, is our certificates important for cybersecurity? We were talking about that earlier. So we were talking about cybersecurity and post-secondary education. You don't need to go to university or college to do cybersecurity. Certificates, you don't need to get a certificate in order to get cybersecurity, in order to get a job in cybersecurity. Let's talk about it. Sure. Cybersecurity and certifications. You don't need certs to get a job in cyber. The best way to get a job in cyber is to be friends with the person doing the hiring. That's it. So the best way to get a job is to know people in the cybersecurity community. If you are a good community member, the community will help you get a job. Certifications are good for HR, but you can bypass HR if you know if you get a recommendation from a person who's in the know. Okay, so hard, Roy. Hello, nice to see you. And I'm a freshman CS student. I'm focusing on OS, Linux, and networking right now. I want to seriously get into cybersecurity long term. What should I prioritize first, and what mistakes should I avoid? So, freshman CS student, focusing on Linux and stuff like that. I would say, go to your classes, learn all the stuff, figure out what job you want to get in cybersecurity. If you want to, everybody who wants to get into cybersecurity, the first thing you need to do is figure out what the end goal is. So we're specifically talking about what job. So after you figure out what job you want to get, research what skills that job requires. Make a map of how to learn those skills. And then begin teaching yourself the basics that will lead to learning all the skills. Of course, if you want, this is a self-teaching path over here. The thing about people in cybersecurity and in hacking is that most of the time, going to school and having your professors spoon feed you, learn lesson A, then lesson B, then lesson C, that doesn't really align with the way that hackers and cybersecurity people think. Most people in the space are self-motivated. Okay, so what are we talking about in chat? So Thanto says, if you're paranoid about privacy, use OS like Kales or Cubes and use Tor. HR is clueless. This is Canada, US. I thought it was only in the Middle East. I don't know what we're talking about here, cool guy. Simpleave says, so the point is I need to know people in the CS community. Yeah. This is the best way to get a job in cybersecurity is know the people who are hiring in the cybersecurity community. So if you go to cybersecurity meetups, you will meet people who are working in the industry, and don't ask them to get you a job unless if that's the first thing if it's the first time you're meeting them, don't act like someone who's only looking to use people. Become a good member of the cybersecurity community, your local one, and so the community will take care of its own. If you are a respected member of the community, they will help you. Okay, so what else we got in chat? Let's see. My name is Key, and I'm new at this kind of cyber thing. Hello, nice to see you here. Key Gerard, hello, nice to see you. And Julio says, push the like, guys. Thanks, I'm out. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, if you could give a like on the stream, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you very much for subscribing. Shadow Wine? I don't know how to pronounce that. So let's see. The meetups in my area don't like the unemployed attending. Really? That's weird. So I mean, my local cybersecurity communities, let's talk about cybersecurity communities. So I mean, I live in Vancouver, and I guess I'm really fortunate that Vancouver has a really big cybersecurity community. It's filled with professionals and students. Lots of people trying to break in. And so if you want to be a good member of the community, do volunteer work. Give presentations and talks or workshops. You don't need to be an expert to contribute. Okay, Sham says, using LinkedIn, can I get a job? I mean, you can. It's not really my go-to for looking for jobs. I've never really looked for jobs off of LinkedIn. Okay, so there are many free reverse engineering courses on TryHackMe. Courses? I didn't know about the courses. But thank you very much for subscribing, Hout G. Thank you very much. So where is the community meetup in Orange County, California? Forgive Mel Repent. Hello, nice to see you here. So are you talking about Orange County? Well, I mean, let me do a quick search. Orange County, California. Cybersecurity meetup. So Orange County Cybersecurity. I mean, I can just grab this one for you. There's also OWASP Orange County. You just need to show up to one of these events and start talking to people. Okay, let's continue. So, block. Didn't I create my DNS script? I thought I did. I guess it doesn't exist. Maybe I put it in a different directory. Simply ask, what is reverse proxy? And Forgive Mel Repent says ALR. ALR? I just randomly saw on YouTube when I was searching stuff. Feels like a cybersecurity or network engineering. I mean, if that's what you're passionate about. The other thing that I should emphasize about cybersecurity, what is it? don't get into cybersecurity if you don't get into cybersecurity if money is your primary motivation. I want to really emphasize this. So if you think that cybersecurity is going to make you rich, and that's why you're getting into cybersecurity, don't go into cybersecurity. Get into cybersecurity if you think that it is important. If you are very interested in computers and software as a whole. And what else? If you're curious about how different systems work. I think data scientists wake way more than us. I mean, we could probably answer this with, I mean, you know, don't trust the AI, but, you know, you can ask all sorts of fun questions to this. Which specializations in IT technology make the most money? Cypher asks, how long can someone go without eating? The sushi place won't reopen for another 2 days. Do you want your first meal of 2026 to be sushi? Is that it? Okay, the best paid IT specializations today cluster around AI, cloud, cybersecurity, data, and senior leadership architecture roles. So AI, machine learning, AI architect, cybersecurity engineers. Wow, did they make the most? Maybe. Data scientists, data engineers. Okay, Kijurat says, what is the first thing to do to learn this kind of cybersecurity? I mean, if you're coming from like zero like IT background, I would start with this series of YouTube playlists right over here. Okay, Hoodie Crusader says, thanks for being severely technical and giving helpful lessons. It's uncommon these days. Sick of the Mind says, I make more than data science. Well, I mean, it's not really... Is it a competition? Anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, I'll also put on some birds. Here are my birds. And we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, we're back. Let's go ahead and put the birds away. I love these little guys. They're so fun. Okay. So Bind says, wonder if I should put water out for the birds now. I mean, if it's really cold where you are, they would really appreciate some water, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Cypher says, things that are hard work, important, and require passion still deserve a good reward. Don't let the tech companies expect free employees. I mean, that's the thing. Everybody's talking about whether or not AI is going to, you know, eliminate all these tech roles. It's going to eliminate a lot of tech roles, but you still need people to do the work inside of you still need people to do the IT work, because you definitely don't want the AI to be doing everything. That would be really, really... Honestly, AI can't... they're not. Everybody thinks that that AI is going to seriously cut down on the number of people. What the companies are expecting is this, right? AI and its effect on IT and its effect on IT jobs. All the big companies are looking to downsize their workforce. They expect one worker with AI assistance to do the job of 5 workers. I don't know how realistic this is, but I think after a couple of years, they'll find out exactly how much more efficient the AI makes the workers. Okay, and let's catch up with chat. Shadow says, you mentioned networking with cybersecurity people. While I was looking for an internship, I met someone waiting for an interview, and we gave him his calling card. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so is that Arabic? I don't know how to read that. Which programming language should I know? I mean, if you don't have like a if you don't have a big preference for which programming language to learn, which programming language? The easiest default answer for a first programming language is Python. Each language is good at doing different stuff. Python is a good generalist language. Okay, is Rust good too? Thank you very much for NSRaw and Ackerman90 for following on Twitch. Thank you. And thank you to Forgive Me, I Repent for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And as well as Sean Scaife. Sean Scaife, thank you. Okay, sorry, the chat is going by really fast. I wish I could read faster. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says, it's not going to eliminate anything. Most of the companies I know that are using it to augment skills administratively, but a lot of AI companies weren't happy, especially Microsoft, in the numbers that they got on receptance for stuff like Copilot. Oh, okay. Let's see. Biden says, AI is a bubble. It hallucinates like crazy and pumps out vulnerable code. While it keeps the security people employed, because it's creating all this vulnerable code through vibe coding. So Key Gerard says, I'm in the office right now, just using Ubuntu Studio and the regular Ubuntu for office work. Is this a good OS? A lot of people are really... I mean, I've used Ubuntu before. I've had no problem with it. But other people have a lot more expectations for what they get out of their Linux distribution. Okay, Second Mind says, especially with all the failures of the 5.2 model, nobody seems to be happy with the 5.2 model. I find that the 5.2 model is really slow. You're talking about ChatGPT right now. I've gotten less excuses from interns on doing remedial tasks. And let's see. Is Rust good too? So Rust, I mean, I've never used Rust myself. If anybody here has experience with Rust, let me know what your opinion is on it. And let's see, Hoodie Crusader says, that's agreeable. If AI can do all the work, we might succeed in AI's physical errors where human correction is needed. This is the top issue. I mean, the thing is that we will always need people to look over the work that the AI is doing. The moment we just let AI do everything, that's when we're in big trouble. Okay, and anti-AI gods. Let's see. Bind says Ubuntu is too commercial. In my opinion, Linux Mint is better. That's another thing that I've heard. Everybody's really up on Linux Mint these days. Thank you for subscribing, Ruben Garcia. Misadventures in Astro says that's because 5.2 was rushed out at the last minute. It feels like 5.2 came really quickly. It arrived really quickly. It's only been like a month or two. It's only been a few months since like 5.1. Okay, Sick in the Mind says Google, Microsoft scaling back, guaranteed the first thing that comes up is articles about how they're cutting back their Copilot initiatives. We're talking about like software engineering work, right? People are not really super hyped about using Microsoft Copilot. Okay, so Night Blossom says, I keep getting signs I need to be learning Ubuntu. I heard that Mint is excellent daily driver these days. So Bind says Rust is used a lot now. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing, Dwayne Joseph. I have a XIF research paper mainly for my resume, but for experience, where do you think I should focus on first for CloudSec, for entry role experience, for example, SOC analyst? So Pan Love Me, hello, nice to see you here. You talking about like a specialization for cybersecurity? I mean, I've heard that cloud security is a really big thing. Good specializations for cybersecurity. I mean, as far as well, let's just talk about like pen tester roles. So pen testers are people who do security testing. So some good ones, I would say, like cloud security is really in demand because there's a lot of cloud integration inside of web app security as well. What else would be really, really hot right now? So cloud security, web app security. I mean, I would say that if you want to get a job quickly, I would learn these. I would learn cloud and I would learn web. They're pretty. There's a lot of applications being deployed these days that use these things. Specializations I've looked into mainly cloud security using AWS. Yeah, I mean it's pretty common. Sick of the Mind says Ascendion is looking for experienced pen testers for contracting at Amazon if everybody wants that. I can't be bothered. So, I mean, take note of that company then. Mint is basically the same as Ubuntu and very simple. Okay, and let's see. Using just this PC is kind of like in SAP and CAD. I'm afraid that Linux Mint is not required for that kind of job. Sick of the Mind says, it's not the AI models that's the issue, it's the risks involved with data privacy. I mean, we used to say that when you use the AI, you shouldn't be feeding it information that's sensitive. People have gotten a little bit lazy about that. AIs and LLMs for education. I guess we can also talk about AIs and LLMs for professional settings. Don't give the AI access to proprietary code or secrets or passwords or any personal info. Okay, and what's going on? Okay, let's see. Jaroskim says, I've been using Arch Linux, but it's been very lagging when my computer gets hot. I don't get it. Is Arch Linux is supposed to be like it's not supposed to be resource intensive, right? But I mean, I don't know very much about Arch Linux. Second of Mine says that there was an article last year that said 79% of data breaches were from LLMs. Wow. There's a setting down I have it train on your data in ChatGPT, but who knows what they're actually doing? I mean, do you trust the LLM company to respect your privacy? That's a big ask. I wonder if roles will open up for pen testing AI model exploits. Glory Boy, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, I wonder if they have like a bug bounty program. So let's see, OpenAI, bug bounty. Okay, OpenAI does have a bug bounty program. So I guess if you really wanted to spend a lot of time like seeing if you could get the AI to spill secrets, you could check it out. Okay. So new X Ru NX says if a company uses AI, it would be better to deploy your own in-house AI server so workers won't expose any dedicated information. I'm not sure, but I think that's what is actually happening. So companies will host a an internal LLM, which the workers can give, what is the word? Corporate information. But I don't know. Well, I mean, the thing is that if like bad people get access to this internal LLM, then you know it's a really, really bad thing. In-house AI can never be as powerful. True, because most companies don't have access to like the huge computing power that the LLM companies have access to. Okay, so Bind says, I read some report that AI constantly hallucinates dependencies that don't even exist. I've encountered this myself, so LLMs and hallucinations. I've had LLMs tell me about capabilities, functions, and capabilities for tools I am asking about that don't exist. This has happened to me on like a number of occasions. Okay, so Bind says, let's see, Arch Linux is only for experts, not recommended if you don't know what you're doing. Just use Linux Mint. Sick of the Mind says, for any certified people that are looking to work and haven't landed a job yet, the people you need to be seeking out are called talent specialists or talent recruiters on LinkedIn. At companies like Ascendion or other major contract vendors that work with big Fortune 1000 companies. Having a good, healthy conversation and establishing some regular rapport with good headhunters is a good way to be nominated for a role, especially if it matches your skill sets and you have the certs. Okay, and let's see. Cool Guy says, so AI can never be trusted with sensitive data. I mean, it becomes increasingly more difficult to not feed AI sensitive data if you try to incorporate AI into a bunch of different what is the word? functions in your job. Second Mind says, most in-house LLMs only require SSO, so breached machine equals instant access. So let's see. Second Mind says, the hallucination stems from out-of-date knowledge. They don't always refresh data. A80 says, I have a question regarding root CA. So we're talking about certificate. Are we talking about we're talking about certificates, right? I've installed a service and signed up with Step CA. I put in trusted store, Ubuntu based, but browser doesn't pick it up automatically. Is there any good source? Do you know? Even ChatGPT a few years ago was limited to data before 2019. I mean, it's up to date now. Root CA, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about Root CA. I don't think I deal with that technology. If anybody else in chat can talk about that, if you could help out A80, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much for subscribing, Tavo CR. Thank you. What about Black Arch? How knowledgeable are you on opposition strategies happening into you? Opposition strategies. Are you talking? Opposition strategies. So we're talking about cybersecurity. Mitigation strategies, comprehensive multi-layered defense in depth. So this is, are we talking about like at an organization level? Are we talking about like a personal level? We did talk a little bit about this when I was working at my old job. It's the type of thing that they would give in the presentations to potential customers. This wasn't really something I was super tapped into. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, sounds like they haven't configured their signed certificate and intermediate certificate on their server. Hoodie Crusader says, I will be the security guard for Wired in Opposition. Wired in Opposition. Are we talking about... Are you talking about the name of a company, or... I'm not too sure what exactly that refers to. Thank you very much for subscribing, Laughing Matter. Thank you very much. Okay, so... I've been trying to get this... this DNS scanning script working for the longest time. Just a second. Where's my script? Whoops. Okay, Ash asks, have you ever used Black Arch? No, I've never used Black Arch before. So most of the time I'm using Kali Linux, because most of the time I'm using Linux, I'm doing hacking stuff. That's my niche for using Linux. But anyways, where was I? Here. Okay, so here's my script. We make the script executable, and then we run the script. Okay. It's crazy the amount of questions you get about Black Arch. I mean, it's kind of crazy the amount of questions I get about Arch Linux in general. Okay, we got dnsreport.txt, and and thank you very much, Pustota, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Hoodie Crusader says, what type of companies try to collect your data? What type of companies try to collect your data? I would say more of individual users, but are there known strategies executable to get into another company's network? Are there known strategies for getting into another company's network? Are you talking about how companies get compromised? Okay, so the the zone transfer failed, but we've got some other stuff here as well. bind.edu.stf, hostmaster.edu.stf. We probably need to add these to our host file. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Bills. Thank you very much. Okay, so if we're talking about how companies typically get compromised, I mean, it mostly comes down to this over here. So how companies get hacked. It's mostly people doing people things. So specifically we mean phishing and workers clicking on links they shouldn't. Social networking, yeah, it's most of the time it's going to be the edu.stf.axfr. Social networking, yeah, social engineering. Well, it's not social networking; it's social engineering. It's a different term, but that's how most companies get hacked. When you see like the really big hacks, like I don't know, what was it called? Like supply chain attack? And other like software related hacks. They're not very common. Are not very common. If the target is famous, you'll hear about it. So this is stuff like SolarWinds. This is especially SolarWinds. Okay, Pometa asks, can you hack my account that I lost? Can I hack the account that you lost? Those big supply chain attacks usually take months and years of infiltration. Yeah. I mean, I agree that's probably the case. I mean, there's probably like dozens of really big hacks that are going on right now that we don't hear about because it really takes that long for these people to get discovered if that's the case. I'm pretty sure that the people in the case of like SolarWinds, I'm pretty sure they were in the networks for over a year or more before they got discovered. I talked about this on one of my live streams once. Let me pull it up. Let's see. So hacking history for SolarWinds. It's one of my earlier ones. Yeah. So if you want like a brief summary of what happened, I recorded it over here. I got most of the information from like Wikipedia and like, you know, AIs and stuff like that. So how was the hack discovered? The first report was from 2020. How long do we think the hackers were operating before the hack was discovered? So it was discovered in December of 2020, but they'd been working, they'd been inside the network and compromising the targets for roughly 8 to 9 months. Okay, so Pomenta says, can you hack my account that I lost? I mean, I can't hack an account that you lost legally. There are different ways you could try to get your account back. I would say that doing it the legitimate way by like contacting the owners of the website or the service is probably the best way to go. Okay, Hoodie Crusade says, phishing, do you believe it will grow at the same rate as AI is being applied these days? I'm pretty sure that in the future, most phishing will be performed by AI. It's probably better at doing. It's gonna get better at doing it like as time goes on. Pometa says, let's see, Hashcat or pass the hash. You can easily find my password. So Pometa, are you talking about like an offline attack? You're talking about something like online, right? Doing online brute forcing attacks is way harder than doing like offline stuff. Okay, Pustoda Design says, how do I learn this? I don't speak good English. Hello, nice to see you here. I'll give you the starter pack. If you want to start learning, there's some YouTube playlists you can take a look at. And Bir Vishal, thank you very much. But yeah, as far as like really big technical hacks are concerned, a lot of people are very concerned about what are called, what is it called? Supply chain attacks. So what are supply chain attacks? We'll talk about it really briefly. So supply chain attacks are basically attacking a piece. No, let's see. Attacking a company or dependency that another company or piece of software uses. So for example, in SolarWinds, let's see, SolarWinds Orion is the software that a bunch of companies used. So SolarWinds Orion, SolarWinds customers. So they're the ones that eventually got compromised. So I'm pretty sure SolarWinds Orion, I think it might have been like a module that the Orion software uses. But let me take a look at my own thing. The SolarWinds network was breached by hackers. So SolarWinds was actually breached. Never mind. It wasn't a company that SolarWinds was using. It was hackers getting into the SolarWinds company network. Okay. The Valhalla music really got me locked in. Hoodie Crusader says, should I pick a career to be security guards for SolarWinds or other attacks would be in demand later on? Security guard? Are you talking about like a physical security guard or something else? Hoodie Crusader says, I'm almost impressed by SolarWinds. It's an extensive amount of time to be behind your software. Vexility says, I'm a network analyst and I got a township got hit right when we reacquired them. I work for an MSP. They were in the system for 8 months, unfortunately, so they had to pay up. I mean, that's a sad story. Okay, we've got ads on Twitch right now. Oh yeah, NPM is the latest really big supply chain breach. We can talk about that in just a bit. Okay, let's put on the birds. How about a different perspective? Here's a bird. He's having a lot of fun eating peanuts. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, and Vexility says they deployed their malware right when we were deploying our EDR and SOC software. I mean, it sounds like they were keeping track of what you were doing. Second of Mine says, I think it was Chai Hulud malware it was embedded in. Are we talking about NPM? So NPM is the latest. The latest big supply chain attack was the NPM attack. So NPM is a, what was it, node package manager. And it's used by Node.js applications. So Node.js applications that downloaded the Node package manager or NPM they were potentially affected by the malware. I don't know too much about it, but that's about as much as I know. Details, not really too keen on. Embedded into hundreds of NPM packages, the Shy Hulud worm. Dang. And thank you very much for following on Twitch. Zed Procky or Zed Proxy. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, Cootie Crusader, are there physical security jobs to protect data security job? Well, I mean, security guards are, I mean, they're a real job already, and they're pretty common. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Vexility TV, thank you. Okay, so we're doing our attack on DNS. So we're just going through the DNS servers one by one. Or, sorry, we're scanning the DNS for these different domains one by one. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Null Yurt. Thank you. So we got bind.edu.stf, we got hostmaster, and these are associated with this IP address right here. Or, wait, which? So hostmaster.edu, do we have one for hostmaster? We also have bind. Okay, Yoke says, I don't understand the concept of supply chain attack. Can you explain it once? Yeah, sure. Where are we? Here? Okay. Supply chain attacks, it basically means, what is supply chain attack? So supply chain attack is when the dependencies of a piece of software or software package is compromised by malware / malicious code. Okay, so let's just suppose that we're taking a look at Python, right? So Python script, a Python script might import a module if that module is affected by malware. Then your Python script executes malware. Okay, and hope you get your YouTube gold plaque. I mean, one of these days, hopefully, you know. I have to aim for the silver one first. And thank you very much for subscribing, Haha Huang. Thank you. Feiren, hello, nice to see you here. And where do you get your name from? So my username. Why is your name the Shy Hat? So originally this name was like what was it? Sci Hat, as in like cyber hat, because we talk a lot about white hat, black hat, and gray hat hackers, but nobody knows how to spell Sci Hat. So Shy Hat is easier to remember. And there you go. Oh, Hoodie Crusader says, I didn't get a shout out when I subscribed. Is this some profiling? I don't think so. Let me give you, let's give you a Hack the Planet, Hoodie Crusader.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so I think I understand it. Okay, that's great, that's great. Sick of the Mind says, most supply chain attacks introduce themselves as helper scripts for other packages and try to gain favor to be added to a dependency list Their goal as a supply chain attack is to end up further down the trust path, to make modifications with malicious intent, to siphon secrets or exfiltrate secrets to a C2 server. Yeah, so I mean, if you've got like a Python script that imports another Python script that imports another Python script, then the supply chain attack could go down like a few different layers. Like what Sick in the Mind says, the goal of the supply chain attackers is that they want to become part of really popular dependencies. Well, they want to become a very popular dependency for a few different packages. How many dependencies do you inspect manually? The answer is, well, the answer for me is 0. I suppose if your job is to keep these things safe, maybe more. Okay, so let's see. So the DNS scanning, bind.edu.stf, hostmaster. Don't think we've got any of these recorded. I think this depends on the company if it has an SBOM or open source initiative for scanning code. I mean, this is probably better suited to like some sort of automation. So like a script to like analyze the type of modifications from one version to the next. NAS address says, and every time I watch a stream, I get scared because of the number of things I have to know before I be like you. Just too many things. I mean, the thing is that it's when you start learning about cybersecurity, the learning never stops. You'll always be wondering if you are secretly a fraud for not knowing about X, Y, or Z thing or topic. Just focus on what you know. Learn a new thing every day, but it's fun. Well, I mean, I hope it's fun. Thank you very much for subscribing, Daniel Gutierrez. Thank you. Thank you very much. The point is you want to understand the basics. One network protocol isn't too much different from another network protocol. And you should make a book of the commands, if not already. I mean, this is what I do with GitHub. So the reason why I keep track of all of the things that I do on my GitHub for all of the what is it called? For all the exercises that I finish, is that this is a good way to keep track of stuff that I've already learned. So I really recommend to everybody who's going into cybersecurity is keep really good notes on how you solve your different exercises, and it'll really help you out in the long run. Please increase your screen font size. You mean here? Or do you mean here? Thank you very much for subscribing, Spin Life Chronicles. Thank you very much. I learned that never beat yourself up. The journey you're on is always changing. It sure is. Where are we? DNS scanning. So bind.edu.stf. Maybe what we need to do is we need to run this dig command. So dig. So this is test web server edu.stf. Okay. And if we do the reverse search, do we get different results? Nano text editor. Yeah, I like to keep things simple around here. I mean, the funny thing is that We did get some extra stuff when we queried for different information. Okay, so can you suggest some resources for beginners who are entering into cybersecurity or ethical hacking as a very beginner? Where do we start learning hacking and how? So, I mean, I recommend, you know, the starter pack that has a bunch of YouTube playlists. The other thing you could look to is the educational links over at HackerFrogs. So for example, over here, you might decide you want to learn about Linux because a lot of people use Linux in cybersecurity. You can check out these resources here. Are you playing a hacking game? Kind of. We're kind of playing a hacking game. We're currently hacking against a network over at this platform right here. It's called Standoff365. Standoff365 is a cybersecurity education platform. So we got a record for bind.edu.stf and hostmaster.edu.stf. So can we assume that this same IP address is running all of these? Is running all of these domains? Okay, Alex Tran says, I'm new here, but I'm always interested in cybersecurity and practice on Pico. Do you have any other suggestions on how I can learn it the best way? Hey, hi YT. Hi Y. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. What is bro hacking for? What am I hacking for? I mean, right now I'm hacking for fun. I'm hacking to learn new stuff. So let's see, quadruple A record. Huh. So as far as I know, quadruple A records are for IPv6 addresses, but I don't see any IPv6 addresses here. So we got CNAMEs, we got, well, everything's kind of the same. edu.stf. Okay, I am not super familiar with reading DNS records. I'm just gonna ask a quick question to the good old AI about what these domains are, well, what IP addresses are probably associated with these domains. Bro, are you a beginner or pro? I wouldn't consider myself a professional, but I'm trying to learn. Okay, so what IP addresses are likely associated with the bind and hostmaster subdomains? Why GPT 4.0? GPT 4.0 is a lot faster at coming back with answers. If I use like ChatGPT 5.1, well, 5.1 is not so bad, but 5.2 is really slow. And Fresh Gaming, I think you've been sending messages before. Did you learn networking before cybersecurity? I learned networking along with cybersecurity, but networking, like basic networking skills, are very important when you're learning technical cybersecurity skills. Let's see. James says, good news. India Forex reserve raised to, I mean, I don't know about like economic stuff. Okay, so I had literal argument with 5.2 about SQL commands. Oh, really? Jeez. Do CCNA. Well, I mean, I'd say I'd say do like Network Plus as opposed to CCNA, because CCNA is vendor specific. But I mean, I would say most of the stuff in CCNA is probably applicable to all situations. Okay, no explicit A or quadruple A records for the bindedu.stf or hostmaster were provided. The DNS server itself is here, so zone transfer failed, suggested limited visibility. So bind likely resolves to 10.124.1.20. It is listed as an authoritative name server for the zone. So this is the IP address I provided itself, right? Yeah. No? Hold on. We've got another... Did you try the zone transfer? We tried the zone transfer for... Do we need to specify a specific domain to do zone transfer? Only a edu... Oh, just put edu.stf. Hold on. So dig axf... Wait, what was it again? axfr for edu.stf. Oh wow, that was super effective. Thank you very much for subscribing, Raman. Raman, thank you very much. Ultimate says, can you debug it with print world? Can you debug it with print hello world? Tiago Paulino says, do you know any good gamification for network to deep dive into that? I mean, the thing that I recommend the most is to learn networking is like a playlist from my favorite channel for learning about tech topics is Professor Messer. Oh, how do you spell that name? So Professor Messer is a really big YouTube channel, and yeah, there's a lot. The good thing about his videos is that they're usually very short. They're usually like they're around like between 10 and 20 minutes, but all his stuff is really, really good. Highly recommended. Okay, so let's take a look at what we were doing before. Okay, we got all of the records for edu.stf. This is good. Oh, and we got a mail domain as well. So mail.edu.stf is here. We've got all of... Ooh, this is really good. I need to add these to my host file. Yeah, the zone transfer. I actually only looked at zone transfer stuff again this week, so that got me thinking about it, about like DNS records. Yeah, this is so good. Okay. Let's go ahead and edit the host file. Okay, so Sick of the Mind says Packet Tracer is the best introductory network testing app. So you can see how networks really operate. Okay, I'm not too sure what I have of these entries already. Oh, these are in reverse order too. This is This is kind of a pain in the butt. Hold on. Let me see if I can reverse this. First of all, we'll put this inside a file. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. WiveXD, Leandro King 30, Robbie, and Raman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. Ask the LLM to take that command and output it to a host file formatted output. I mean, I was gonna try using some Linux foo to get it done. We can flip these around, right? We also have to cut. We also have to cut the trailing dots in here as well. So we can do something like awk. So cat moving.txt and then pipe it into awk and print the first field and the fifth field. So something like this. Ooh, that doesn't work. Oh, we need to put this between quotes. Okay, so this just gets the domain name and the IP address. We need to flip these around. So we can probably do with some more Linux foo. Linux flip fields. Flip order of fields. Are you on Linux? Yeah, we are certainly on Linux right now. Okay, so for space-separated fields, awk. Oh, okay. This seems like a bit of a tongue twister of a command, but sure. So these are space delimited things. Awesome, it works. Okay, so we managed to flip the stuff all around, but we just need to delete the last character of each line. I mean, I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to delete all the white space first. So tr delete white space. Oh, that doesn't work. So don't delete the white space. First we need to... Is the video ending in 10 minutes? How do we continue? 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get going in a little bit, but thank you very much for everybody who's watching right now. Thank you. So change the... what? Change it to a tab or a space. Change the... Change this something to a tab or a space. And thank you very much for subscribing, Blu-ray 869. Thank you. Okay, so if we just do it like this, we've got the two separated things. I need to clip each one of these off. Each one of these trailing dots. Linux, delete last character of each line. Remove the last character of each line. So we can use sed. Okay. Reads the file name, modify in place. Okay, let's see if it works. What happened there? I don't think it worked. Hey man, greetings from Peru. Thank you very much, and hello to you, Esarons. Thank you. Thank you very much. What happened there? So all the dots... I suppose one thing that we could do is we could... So dig the thing, grep the thing, and then awk the thing. I think we're pretty close. I just need to find a way to snip off this last character. Okay, so we manipulate the length of each record line to remove the last character. Alternatively, you can use field manipulation. Let's just try this thing. It doesn't seem to work. Not too sure why. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna copy all these over. Greetings, fellow developer. What are you doing, and what's the timer on top? Oh, that's just a time limit that I've set out for myself. Just a second. Okay, so we're just let's get in here and let's paste in all these domains. So this is bind, this is calculator, this is gallery, this is mail, there's shop. Thank you very much for subscribing, Hanzo. And King Tone, thank you very much for the follow and the subscribe, as well as Show Hanur Rifat, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so Smash Music, we got Test Web Server, we got Tokenizer, we got Utils, VPN, WP, and then the www dot. So I think we've actually discovered like a lot more of these servers than we previously knew about. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. So we got 14 servers here, where originally we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We only had 9 before. So we discovered a bunch more of these. So let me just get rid of the previous ones. So we've actually discovered like 5 new servers by doing the zone transfer. That is really cool. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. Well, ads run on Twitch, we'll go ahead and put on some fun videos. How about hiding the peanuts? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in just a bit. Okay, let's put the birds away. And I think we've made some progress today, which is really nice considering that we weren't doing all that much hacking on this particular website. Thank you very much to Sick in the Mind for letting us know about that trick for zone transfer. You want to specify only the base domain when you do the zone transfer. Thank you. Okay, Rocky says, hack dark web red room cameras. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. And your bird is so cute. Thank you very much. And New Gaming asks, have you done over-the-wire NATIS? We've got a bunch of tutorials for over-the-wire NATIS, in fact. So if you want to take a look, you can find it over at the ShyHat channel, over at this playlist. I'll just grab it for you real quick. Where is that thing? NATIS. We've got up to level 15 over here. These levels get devilishly difficult after a while. Okay, Belphegor says, can you show me the method to avoid the web application firewall? Okay, Santos says, is over-the-wire Leviathan good? I mean, I haven't really done too much with Leviathan. So, Belphegor, you're talking about the web application firewall? I think I've got like a couple of videos talking about web application firewalls. So we got this one. Can I hack the Indian PM's camera? I don't think I can. Or at least I don't think I'd want to. So we got, so what was that? So your WAF talks about this a lot. And yeah, give this a try first. It talks about how to avoid web application firewalls in some ways. I think, oh, we also did one 3 weeks ago. Yeah, give this this live stream a try as well. Raspberry Pi asks, "Are you Indian?" No, I'm not. I'm not Indian. Okay, so we've discovered some new stuff over here. We'll use this in the future. We've got so many new targets to attack now. I don't think we had this one before. So can we put comments in here? Hold on. Can you comment the etc. host file? What's a rooster's favorite band instrument? Drumsticks. Wrench asks, which platform, sir? I'm using... what was it? Standoff365. I'll just give you a link over here. Hacking Mexico? No. I'm not doing any Mexican hacking right now. Okay, Santha asks, new to playing CTF, started with Pico CTF, did some flags, general stuff. How can I begin with other topics like web or crypto? Yeah. I've got some links. I'll just leave the links over here. So if you want to learn about new topics, I've got a bunch of curated links you can use. Wrench says, whenever I come here, I see so many different platforms. Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of different platforms. This is the way you want to learn. You take a little bit, and you take the best from whatever websites or resources that you can, and then you keep track of what platform does what the best. It's probably the way you want to do it, as opposed to sticking with one platform. All right, so I think what we want to do is we want to wrap up soon, but before we wrap up, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week. So we've got week 2 of 2026. Would you believe that this was week 1 of 2026? It's a bit weird when you consider that the end of the week comes at, like, you know, on the 2nd. But next week we're going to be doing more live streams. We're going to be doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, just like we did this week. And we're going to be covering a bunch of different topics. So Rocky asks, are you a white hat hacker or a black hat hacker? Do you have a list for these platforms? Most of the platforms you're going to find in the education resources. Try looking in a few of those. Xi Jinping hack computer. What? What are we talking about? Have you ever submitted a report on HackerOne or BugCrowd or received a bug bounty? I don't do bug bounty. I'm a white hat hacker. I don't do anything illegal. I don't commit crimes. We don't talk about committing crimes over here. We don't brag about stuff like that. We're good people. Hoodie Crusader asks, let's see, top hacker group, have you used Armitage? Armitage is like a GUI interface for Metasploit framework. So I don't really use stuff like that. Well, not too often. What are you doing now? We're getting ready to wrap up the stream, unfortunately. Okay, but yeah. So we're going to be doing we're going to be hacking and doing cybersecurity streams next week. So Linux Mondays, Web App Wednesdays, Variety Fridays. So we're going to be covering we're going to be playing some puzzle games, we're going to be doing demonstrations, and we're going to be talking about industrial control hacking. So we're going to be introducing ourselves to ICS, industrial control systems, and how to hack them. We're going to be doing more free hacking over at Side Quest number 1 from Advent of Cyber. We're going to be playing a very popular game for Python called The Farmer is Replaced. We're going to be talking about common web vulnerabilities and all sorts of fun stuff like that. So it's going to be next week over at the HackerFrogs stream. So if you want to take a look at the schedule, you can do it over at the Reddit. We also have a Discord if you want to access Discord. And let's talk about who we're going to be raiding into. So over on Twitch, we like to do raids, which is basically sending all of your viewers over to other live streams. So Slyborg is on. Slyborg is another cybersecurity content creator, and she's a student, and she is very fun. And we're going to send you over to her stream. She is learning about, it looks like she's learning about Go programming. LMXCan says, gotta say that Echo CTF guides have helped me out. I was able to use those techniques in different CTFs, thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff in Echo CTF. We're going to be covering more of that next week, for sure. Okay, so, yeah. Let's go ahead and start our raid. Just a second. Okay, everybody, when you arrive on Slyborg's channel, if you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. It is OS Frog, hip hop, hack OS Frog. Just like this. Okay, so everybody, we're going to be back next week. I hope everybody has a great first weekend of 2026. We'll be back on Monday. And yeah, everybody, we're getting ready to go. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.